Right, so with that, we will start the afternoon section of the hearing for submissions that have come into the annual plan. So at 1:06, we'll reopen the meeting. Do we have any? Two on Zoom? Welcome those that are on Zoom. And we will go into deliberations, but just before that, Dave O'Connor can't get here, so we'll take the submission that Sam took over on his behalf as being complete now. James, sorry, what did I say? Yeah, so with that, we'll move straight now into deliberation part of the meeting. We'll start off with number one, which is the rates.
Yeah, do you want me to put the presentation?
I think so, yes,
clarify these rates.
Yes. So you've all had the summary of the options and the volume of submitters to each option. Leslie has also supplied us with, because that discussion came up about how many councils around, it's not a full list of councils around the country, but it is an indication of some councils, North and South Island, who are using depreciation, who are stalling their loan repayments and so forth to manage the system. So I presume that everybody has seen that. So Leslie, I'll let you.
Yeah, so I just put, there's obviously confusion about the rates. There seems to be confusion, particularly with federated farmers, that the other areas and differentials like residential, rural, residential, commercial are actually subsidising the rural sector. That's not true. That's incorrect reasoning. It's very difficult, it's complicated, I understand that, and it's easy to get the wrong end of the stick. But what I've done is try to bring this down to just the general rate level. So it's just the general rate. So we've taken out all the waters completely, all the targeted rates, everything, and bringing it down to just the general rates. I've only used Harry because on one of the samples there's quite a large value property that we use as a sample, and that's another area you've got to think about. We're using capital value system. That's what we do at Western District Councils, as per most councils in the country now. So I've tried to bring it down to that. Emma, can I use this?
You should be able to. Yeah.
Okay, so what we've done is removing the funding of the Three Waters depreciation from the targeted rates only reduces the rates of those properties that use the Three Waters services. But it has done nothing else to any other rate, only the Three Waters targeted rates that it's impacted. We haven't put it in the UAGC, we haven't put it in the general rates, we have just removed the Three Waters depreciation. That's all that's happened. So a property has not been charged for the Three Waters previously, it is not being charged for it now. That is not happening. What I've done down here, and it's difficult to see because there's an issue with the TV screen, but you can see you've all been given this on your team site. You can see the impacts of the general rate only. Rural rate is not the only one going up. All of them are. All the differentials are going up. Now there's been talk about us changing the UAGC and the differentials. We did that to try and give some benefit to the rural sector. So what we did with increasing that UAGC has actually depressed the general rate slightly. But remember, we can't do it too much because otherwise the rural sector will be subsidised by every other sector instead of paying their own way based on their capital value. So we increase that general rate to increase the UAGC to increase the fixed charge for everybody, for all sectors. And we put down the differential for the rural sector to give a little bit of benefit there. And you'll see that in this modelling that shows that the rates for the other sectors, when we change the UAGC and the differential, has actually increased the rates in those other areas. It's clear to see. Yeah? And this is just another way to look at that. So looking at the samples, it gives a clear picture, and this is why we've looked at it from the general rate perspective.
Everybody following that and questioning on that?
The only issue I have is that both columns here are without free water depreciation included. There should really be a column that includes free water depreciation.
So we've used this because this is the proposed, and it says the proposed, yeah. But it doesn't matter.
Well, the variation wouldn't be.
It wouldn't work, would it? If we put the one with the three waters depreciation, and we're only looking at general rates, how would that affect it?
Well,
because we're only looking at general rates.
Well, you're proposing an average rate increase of 16%. So what would be the effect on the general rate if you funded three waters?
It wouldn't, because it wouldn't affect the general rate, because it's a targeted rate, isn't it? So it can't affect the general rate. We're only looking at the general rate. There is no three waters in the general rate. So putting up with the depreciation, it would have no effect on the general rate. So we're looking at the general rate only to show the increases in the general rate.
Right, so
if you take water out of any property and say they're not paying that anymore, that rate's going to drop.
Right, so you're saying that if we propose to increase the rates by 16%, then the general rate won't change?
If you do what, sorry?
If we propose to increase the rates by 16% and we fund three waters, just the current status quo, are you saying the general rates won't increase?
General rates, the general rate, if we fund three waters, will be the same.
It won't increase?
It will be the 16%.
Right, that's what I'm...
Yeah, but we're not looking at that.
Yeah, but we should be looking at it. Because it's an option.
What this is for is to clarify that the misconception that the rural rate is subsidising all the other rates. That's what this is for. This is not to talk about the 16%, the 0.07. This is to clarify this misconception about rural subsidising anything else. That's what you're talking about is not in here, and it's not the purpose of this.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to clarify, I think I understand, but
yeah.
It's just, I struggle with doing my GST, and that's automated through Xero, so I'm just trying to get around this. So if you were to, let's say, like I live in town, so my rates probably, will be in that flatter level because of the three waters decision. A friend of mine's rural residential, his rates go through the roof. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Now, if you funded the depreciation rather than doing it, my rates obviously go up. Would his stay precisely the same because he's unaffected by this?
They're not paying.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If he's not paying for three waters, so
right.
Whatever's happening to his rural rates, whatever his total rates, whether his bottom line rate, would be exactly the same whatever you do with the three waters funding. Right? And the same is true for someone down in Harry looking at a 20 or 50% rate rise, It's two completely distinct things.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
That's
I'm just trying to
That's exactly right, yeah. And this is just a graphical form with the comparisons as well. And based on the fact we're on capital value, so you will see differences in the rates because of the capital value. But as you can see, does this do a point?
think it's something.
But anyway, as you can see, increasing the UAGC here and dropping down the rural differential brings that down and increases some of the others. And this is the one I think we put it on. That's all rates and that's general rates. So you can see from here to here what it does. So that is what we have tried to do. Give them a little respite because they don't have the benefit of not paying for the three waters. Does that make it clear that rural are not subsidising?
There's a very strong perception that the country's subsidising.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's what this is for.
Actually, we're subsidising the rural ones by doing that.
Yes.
So if they don't like the idea of one sector subsidising another, we shouldn't be doing that, should we?
No,
We
what
should be
we've
sticking with what we said, which was 17.5.
well, that's your decision.
Otherwise
We have just given that proposed option to just give a little bit of benefit to the rural sector, and that's why we did it. By increasing that UAGC to just have more of a fixed charge than some of the general rate. But that's up to you. That's your decision whether you want to keep that.
Very Worship, I know that we have discussed this before, but just to clarify again, let's say something else happens with Three Waters and it doesn't come to pass the way that we envisage. I've got effectively living in town at 0%-ish rate increase this year. What am I on the hop for next year if we need to fund that depreciation?
We're not going to claim that year back.
No, but if you haven't funded it, there's maintenance.
Yeah, well, next year we can fund it and continue as normal. But we're not going to claim that back. We're not going to claim
But you won't have to put things up down the track to make up for the fact that you didn't.
No, we won't do that
sorry.
because everything will reset itself with the revaluation.
Right.
So isn't that sort of saying that in the past, how we would have funded the Three Waters was over the top?
No.
And more than what was
No,
needed?
it's just for one year.
But we're now saying that we don't need it for that year.
So it depends on what you're actually having to replace and renew during that year.
Yeah.
So what we've worked out is that we don't need to fund it next year because we've got reserves that we're going to use. We've already got, every year, we fund depreciation. And it goes into a reserve until it's going to be spent. We've got a reserve there. So for our renewals next year, we've got a reserve there to spend.
So is it purely coincidental that the same year that we look at not funding the depreciation, we also decide that if there's enough money in that fund to do whatever needs doing, should we still be doing it?
There's enough money in the fund till the Three Waters assets leave us.
Assuming that they do. Yeah. So
just to reinforce, we have been funding depreciation for quite some time. Obviously, there was a little hiccup back in Maureen Pugh's day, in which
The depreciation austerity policy, which is completely wrong, should never have happened, but this is not the same.
our neighbour doesn't fund depreciation at all. Everything they do is capital funded, loan funded.
So they just, we need to spend X amount this year on
borrow from the banks,
this,
yes,
and we'll
yeah.
borrow.
But it's in the local government act, they have to.
No, they don't. No, it's not. You point out to me where it is in the local government act. I can't find it.
Comes down to your policy, financial policy.
It doesn't say you have to, if you look at the act, I did a search on it this morning, it says depreciation once, and it's at the bottom and it's some old act, but it's not in there. It tells you to have a balanced budget, which you haven't done the last 2 years because of the rates moving. That's what it tells you to do. But it also says you can depart from that if you give good reasons, but it doesn't say you have to fund depreciation.
So with those examples for Harry, residential Harry, does that have a targeted rate for Three Waters?
There may be some targeted rate to it, yeah.
And it will presumably go down.
If they have waters, if they have the three waters, yeah.
Oh, actually,
Just some clarification, should three water asset goes, the two gentlemen to my right alluded to it may not happen. You've said it's funded up until that date. Is that the current date in the three waters 2.0 or?
Yeah, so we know about the delay, we've looked at that as well. If it push comes to shove, we can start depreciating again next year to actually claw some of that back, but not what we've already said we're not funding. But we do have reserves. Another reason for us doing this is that there's another misconception is that we're going to be paid for our three waters debt by the entities come transfer. That's not actually true either. What we're going to do is net that off with any reserves we're already holding. So we want to use up those reserves because that's going to, the current situation we're in would mean that we barely get anything back for our loan funding. We want to spend those reserves that our community has actually funded on our community.
Why then, according to Federated Farmers, the majority of councils not doing this?
Do they have it in their policy? Are they allowed to do it in their policy? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what their reserves are like. I don't know whether they have it in their policy. But what we looked at yesterday, and there's a list there, we don't have time because you have to search through all the documents to find the information, but we got a list of some that we're doing something.
Yeah, I mentioned that a lot of the South Island councils would have an awful lot more reserves than what we do. And so that argument about spending it rather than we haven't subtracted from the government tax.
Fund it or not, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's the misconception is that rural is subsidising everything else. So if you want to decide to fund the depreciation, it doesn't matter. You can do that. It just means that everybody who pays through waters, through targeted rates, their rates will go up from what we propose. That's all. That's your decision. But it won't affect the rural ratepayers. The rural ratepayers will not change if they've never paid for three waters.
So what's the justification in the consultation document? It says that a residential Hokitika ratepayer gets a reduction of 8 to 10%, and a rural ratepayer has to pay 29%. What is the justification for it? I know the mechanism, but what is the justification that they're sitting there saying, why am I paying 29%? Why is this person in Hokitika suddenly getting a reduction?
But again, you're not looking at it from the general rate side. You've taken a rate away from some. So you split it into... Each one of these is a rate.
No,
you take two of those off. Yeah.
Well, the question is, what is the justification for a rural ratepayer who's getting a new rates bill of 30%? What are they going to get for the extra 30%?
Everything you've got in your plan, that you put in your plan, because it's your plan.
Then we may look at the Hokitika ratepayer paying -8 or 10. Why aren't they paying more?
So through the,
They are in the general rate because you can see it up there and in those.
Yeah, their general rate's gone up, their total rate's gone down. So
Because they're not getting anything for it apart from what's in the reserves.
so does water.
Yeah.
But that's just
I think
that's a mechanism
through
to
the
make
chair,
this work.
I do feel council bills have been really argumentative.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, certainly.
So, as council staff, we've basically used every lever we have to reduce the burden on the ratepayer. This is one mechanism to reduce the burden on, well, obviously not rural ratepayers. and Leslie and her team have looked at how we can reduce the burden on the rural ratepayer by increasing the UAGC and also the differentials. So we're using those mechanisms that we have in our toolbox to try and reduce the burden on the ratepayers.
I mean, I'm sympathetic to federated farmers. There's no rational reason that their rate should go up 30% if rate of inflation is 6.9 and we've been misfunding. It's inappropriate.
Just remind council that there's been a few years of low rates.
Can we look at the graph up? The one in the report.
Yeah, why should a residential ratepayer pay less this year than last year? I know they're not. I know the target rate's gone down, but why should they overall pay less for the same level of service compared to the rural?
Well, that's entirely up to councils to make a call on this.
Yeah, so basically, yes, Councillor Glett's saying, well, the rural ratepayers are paying a massive increase. They
I
have
fully
the
understand
benefit
the
of the water,
mechanism.
but
I'm
what
not
are they
saying-
getting as extra services to quantify that percentage, really, isn't it?
It's the same as the
waters.
general ratepayers.
It's a bit, we've got general rates and we've got targeted rates that
Yeah.
cause a confusion. Yes.
That's right, because it's a separate rate. And remember that the rural or those other ratepayers have never paid towards the targeted rate. So there's a reserve there for those ratepayers that we can use, but it's not there for those that haven't paid it. Because the Local Government Act does say you can only use it where you funded it from.
But the outcome is what we're looking at now.
Sorry?
The outcome is decreases for residential and quite significant increases for rural. That's the outcome.
Yes, Petra.
Would you like to answer?
It isn't, because there's a reserve there that those ratepayers who have paid for a targeted rate for 3 waters have paid into. What we're doing is using that reserve now that they have paid in for, but the rural sector or anyone who doesn't have 3 or hasn't paid towards it, they don't get the benefit of it because they haven't paid towards it in the first instance.
Right. So why should their rates go up 29% instead of 16%?
So can I just, Amy, can I just ask then, so Councillor Glett, are you sort of saying that if we actually took out the 3 waters aspect of the rates and had just put that over here there and then looked at what the rates would look like across the board? Are you?
My understanding is that we fund 3 waters and generally everyone's rate will go up 16.17%. That's the proposed level of cost increase in council. That's the rate revenue it needs to collect to fund its operational capital projects.
16% would be the average though, not the...
Yes, the average, it's based on capital
The
value.
variation would be, what, 2 or 3% between?
That's capital value, but remember that's not just cost.
Yeah.
We're clawing back what the council has moved over the last 2 years. And that's what this graph is showing here. If everyone wants to look at this that hasn't seen it. This is what would have happened with the LTP if you carried on, had that big increase and then carried on. This is what would have happened. What happened was there was smoothing. So we tried again to increase it. That didn't happen. It was smoothed. So this is what we're looking at happening now. So that was the annual plan, 22-23, but it was smoothed out. So now we're looking at increases because we have to get that back. We have to get that money back because we've spent it basically. So this shows you what's happened to the rate. If you'd done everything as per the LTP, this is what would have happened. So now here, you would be here, and then you would keep going and smoothing off and levelling off. But this is what's happened now.
Yes, certainly.
Sorry. I have 1 or 2 questions I forgot.
One thing I wanted to ask was the weighting and the percentages and this stuff, but if you look at it in sort of absolute numbers rather than proportions, the contribution of, say, a farm or something like that versus a residential household with no particular, and then you look at the combined catchments and that sort of stuff. Part of the reason that what happens to residential or urban rates has such a big impact must be because that's such a large number of people and a higher contribution of the rate take, or not, or has that got anything sort of to do with?
Not as far as general rates.
Right, okay.
No, that's only on community rates because
Right.
obviously the rate pays in that community. Yeah. But the general rate, no, it's district wise, so it's differentiated. That's the district.
I've got no further questions that I can remember.
If we put clean water's depreciation back in, just to say, then the rate rise was 16%.
Yeah, because the average rate intake will increase.
So why is the rule so much higher? What's happened to them that's moved them from 16 to 30?
It's capital value. And those are just samples that we're looking at.
We've changed the capital value. Right, we've changed.
Capital value is 2 million.
There's a sample, not an average.
The sample, that's one.
It should still be 16%. Why did that change the percent for the rate increase?
Because it's a factor that's used on the capital value. Because we're using capital value. So a 2 million, if you had 150,000 property against that 2 million,
It would go, your rate would go at 16%. And if you had a $2 million property, your rate would go at 16%.
that's an average, yeah, on what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But on the samples,
Yes, I get the dollar increases, but not the percentage increases.
you know, we didn't get hung up on that too much. That's the problem. Everybody gets hung up on the percentages. This is what we're trying to say with the consultation. Yes, it's saying 0.07, but really that's not right. That's the average, and we have to give that average.
If I may ask as well, that in the long run, whatever comes out in the wash with Three Waters, yeah, you might feel like you're saving money as a ratepayer in town now, but sooner or later you're going to be giving that to the IRD, aren't you, when it's done through central government?
I don't know why, sorry, I can't understand why we're getting hung up on that.
No, well, I think it's just this idea. I think it's this idea.
It isn't going to reduce the rate.
No.
It isn't going to increase the rate.
No.
Only for those ratepayers that we've taken out.
No. Yeah.
So I don't know why we're really getting, it doesn't matter. You can add it in, we'll have a bigger reserve. It's up to you. That's up to you, but I don't know why we're getting hung up on that, because the whole thing about this is the rate.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm not making myself clear enough. The perception at the moment is that someone who's living out in the countryside has got this, 20, 30%, big number, someone in town, small number. But in the long run, that person in town is going to be paying about the same amount, because yes, at the moment we're doing it through the council, but later when we're doing it through central government, whatever mechanism comes out, this idea that your counterpart in town is better off is not actually going to be the case in the long run, is it? So yeah, it's just that the cost is basically going to be shifting, and we're effectively in limbo at the moment. So yeah.
But like I said earlier, we've got two reasons. One, we've got to think about the council, not the entity.
Yeah, I'm aware.
And two, do we really want a big reserve that will reduce the debt we'll get paid from the entity? Because we'll be left with a debt that we have to find money for.
Yeah, so Grey, that funds it out of capital debt, they'll inherit that debt even when they lose the assets, so to speak. Is that right?
They use loan funding.
Yeah.
They don't fund depreciation.
Yeah, so they'll still be they'll be liable for those loans. That's not going to shift to the new entity. Yeah.
Yeah, but they'll get, because they don't have reserves, they'll get the loan funding.
Right.
It's the reserve that's reducing the loan funding.
So the best thing you can do, the best thing that you can do is what we're doing, and in your view, is just to eat into the reserves,
that's what we
basically.
think.
Yeah.
But that's up to you.
Yeah.
But in answer to your question, Dan, you're looking at the samples, which includes all rates. Don't forget your community rates. So if your general rate is probably around about the same, but remember the community rates are all at different levels as well. So that will change.
Why is it affecting the rural percentages so much more?
It isn't. It
So-
isn't.
so
When you
it's-
look at the general rates, it isn't.
Well, it is.
It isn't. When you look at the general rate, you're talking 60%. The 60% is the whole, the average.
The general rate, if you go back to the previous slide that Leslie showed, actually the rural rate for the general rate is actually subsidising, they are being subsidised by the residential rate. So if we change the UAGC.
So it's not to a great degree.
Sorry?
It's not to a great degree.
No, it's not minor. All we're trying to do, and just reinforce what Leslie's trying to do here, is to offset the balance between their paying the general rate versus missing out on having water benefits when you're making water depreciation of water.
It is, as to quote Leslie, it's a little benefit to the rural rate, isn't it? Yeah, so you know, it's not a big deal of that benefit. But I'm not an economist, I'm no economist, but wouldn't it be fairer all round if we were to fund the depreciation and apply the 16%, but there today, make some savings on them, rather than the false dichotomy of what we're doing.
But remember, the 16% is on all the rates.
Well, 16% at the moment, we haven't attempted to cut
Yeah,
it.
but not, don't forget that your community rates are all different, so,
Understand that?
yeah.
So on that Harry $2 million property, the general rate variation is 28.29%. What do you think its overall total rates increase would be then?
That was in the samples in the consultation document, which I haven't got in front of me.
But it would still be in excess of 20%, I think.
Oh yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Did you do any modelling with part funding the three was depreciation, like 50% or 80%?
We didn't, because what we did was look to see what we needed for renewals over the period. We didn't need it because we've got the reserve there, so we didn't actually do that.
If the proposed revenue increase required is 16.16%, what do you think the rates increase would be next year? What are you budgeting on?
Well, I haven't got a crystal ball, but you have to think of CPR. Also, whatever you determine in today will affect it, and also revaluations of assets may affect it, and what you determine to do, we will have to claw back some more of the smoothing money. That will have an impact on it.
The other big factor is also the capital valuations of everyone's private properties.
So yeah, that's another factor, yes.
It's quite significant.
We do have revaluation of the district this December, so the property values will affect it as well. But that's external to council, that's nothing we can really say.
Just the capital factor, wouldn't it?
So the capital factor is based on what with the expenses, you know, the rates take that we need.
Lucy, how many more years do you think we will be needing to, or the impact of the previous council to look at the rates? How many more years do you think that's going to be affecting?
So we've planned on over 3 years clawing it back, so next year and the year after. So there's about $1 million, it's in the plan, in the reserves, and it shows the general rate reserve, and that's about $1 million. So we were planning on, say, 500 each. Well, it's a bit less this time, but another 500 over the next couple of years.
This really has created a hell of an impact for us, hasn't it? But it's not just solved this year. What they did with the rates, it's actually ongoing.
It's time.
It's a very difficulty.
Your worship, shall I make a suggestion?
Yes.
In terms of putting it to the table regarding three waters depreciation, depreciation funding, whether there's support around the table to remove it, obviously as per our preferred option, to get that proposal through.
I'll support that.
So first stage in terms of moving forward, whether the council is support not funding depreciation for Three Waters.
Say we were to fund it,
Sorry.
say we were to fund the depreciation, rates aspects and everything else aside, what's the worst case scenario? Are we going to lose anything in the long run if the government goes to exist?
No, it doesn't make any difference in terms of the Three Waters assets at all.
Yeah.
What it does is obviously puts that back in the coffers and it will be transferred across to the new entity as a reserve that goes with it.
Yeah, that's what
So
I'm
we
asking.
lose all that money.
So you do, if we capitalise that reserve, we won't reap the benefits of that capital in the long run, is what you're saying. The new entity will, which won't be us.
What we will do is use it where we normally loan fund. That's what we're doing now as well.
But is that in fact the case? Because as I said before, all these other councils that we've heard that aren't doing this, that are continuing to fund the depreciation, have far more reserves at stake. But I'm sure they're about as keen of passing over to the government to let them flog it out of the bank account that we will.
I think the analysis
We are.
Lucy done a small analysis, like she stated, we don't have the resources to do it. And
No.
deep dive.
But we can't talk about other councils
That's
because
right.
I have a hard
we
enough
don't
time
know
understanding
what we're doing, to be honest.
We don't know what their reserves are like. We don't know what their renewals are like. We don't know. So it's very difficult. Everybody tries to compare with councils. It's actually quite difficult because your policy determines how your council works and they don't all work
And
the
debt
same.
series and everything that goes.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we just,
So,
Oh, sorry.
so with what Simon said before of not funding the Three Waters, that puts us back on the 17.5 UAGC.
No, what I'm suggesting is make a decision around the funding and then talk about the UAGC in terms of the level as a next step. So just break it down into various components.
I disagree. I pick up on Paul's point. We should have a quick look at the capital projects and how they're funded, to see if the numbers in here are actually true valid numbers, because they seem to be picked from the LTP rather than what is currently proposed. We should just understand that this is the optimum financial plan, and if it is 16%, it pops out, then we should have a vote about whether we should use Three Water. But we haven't actually looked at the actual budget. We're just saying, okay, the budget's there, it says it's really this amount of money. We're going to make a decision on whether we're going to fund Three Waters or not. We may not need to, or it may not be as important.
Can I just also make a point here? What I did there was to just show you that what the misconception on the rates, it wasn't for your deliberations. So really you now need to start your deliberations. That was purely to give you some insight into what is an incorrect misconception in the...
It's now a country assumption effectively.
Yeah, that was all that was not part of the deliberations, so I would suggest that you move on to that now.
Because there's 1.4 million for the racecourse.
And that's part of your deliberations.
I don't understand what that's to do with depreciation Three Waters.
No, it's to do with...
No, we're moving to,
It's 1.4
we're moving away from that for now.
How's that
You
funded?
deliberate properly.
Is it funded through debt or through rate? And what is the 1.4 million for? It's just one item in the annual plan, proposed annual plan, 512,000, racecourse development and recreation, so back from the LTK, residential development, residential master, racecourse development, residential master plan, 896,000. It's in the capital budget in this annual plan. Ashley Playground, still over $1 million, but we're not proposing to spend $1 million. So what I'm saying is, shouldn't we just go through and say, and I mean, of course, there's a museum which is 1.4 million for the...
Just through, Chair. we are changing significant aspects of the long-term plan. You obviously go into an LTP amendment process. So it triggers off. The reason we've left everything in there, even though we may or may not use it, is to make sure we don't deviate on the long-term plan as it is at the moment.
So does that mean that the rates, 16.1% is contingent on those elements being left in as they are?
Well, they don't affect the rates of the capital project works unless they're
funded.
Sorry.
No, they're funded.
So just to clarify, if you remember when we had our discussions about the finances and everything, when we have a project in our plan, we don't start drawing down loans or depreciating it after the year after. So any projects in this plan will not affect the rates until the following year if you decide to go ahead with them, or until they're capitalised and then commissioned. There may be some that is partially carried over because they've already been started in this year, and that if that has been capitalised, that may impact the rates, but not if you have a project there for $1 million and it's not been started, it will not affect the plan until the following year. So very little rates impact from those projects.
It's difficult for us to actually see what we can change in terms of expenditure. We don't see whether 6% is specifically determined and what we can do.
That was all done at the workshops that
Remind council that we did go through the various components of the budget with councillors in the workshops of a couple of days. So I suppose it comes back to whether we provide a service or not, what aspects of service we not provide.
That's probably my question for Simon. How much are we bonded, yoked, and whatever you want to call it, to the long-term plan? I mean, obviously that's a document that you do every 3 years. It's meant to have a 10-year shelf life, updated 3 yearly, whereas the annual plan is an annual process. We've had elections since then and that sort of stuff, and you've got arguably a fresher mandate to change things and that sort of stuff. Are we there to serve the plan, or is the plan there to serve us, and how much sort of wiggle room have we got to actually panel better to make them? Things can change a lot over a 3-year period and that sort of stuff, I guess is my question.
You've got a subject matter expert in terms of a long-term plan. The reason it carries over from a year into is to make sure there's not a whole lot of wholesale changes in terms of delivery. So a long-term plan, you can make changes, it depends on the significance of the change and whether it triggers a significant change in terms of your level of service. We've taken advice previously, and it's required for us to do a LTP amendment when we go down that track. Once again, it depends on the significance, whether it's size, level of service, cost, and that'll be determined by...
97 of the local government act will determine what is a long-term plan. The biggest thing now with that, it's quite fairly silent on values. It's more about levels of service. And our significance and engagement policy determines what is a significant asset. So that will also determine what becomes a long-term plan amendment. There are some significant there's some significant projects in the plan which were in the LTP. Now, there's nothing to say if you decide here you don't really want to go ahead with them, certainly at this stage, you could technically defer them.
Next year, when
you can defer them to the long-term plan, when you make a proper decision on them that you want to make, rather than just saying now, we're not doing it.
Well, I appreciate the confidential as it is, the CCO review process that we're going through. A lot of those conversations we're preparing for now in anticipation of the LTP, because it's really premature, expensive, whatever you want to call it, to do it prior to that, right? So, but if there's things here that we don't want in this annual plan, we can defer it to keep in line with the process and avoid the cost, basically.
Yes, and it's a big cost, but it would have to be a massive cost to actually do a long-term plan amendment, and it is a real don't want to do to get done, and I don't want to do any of that.
Just, there are quite a lot of significant decisions this council has to make as part of the long-term planning process. So we're gathering the information that the council can deliberate on, making sure that the information is accurate, possible to relevant for councils to help to make that decision on. And just to it's reinforcement, as you said, just because it's currently in the capital plan doesn't mean we'll go forward with it. Particularly the large investments. I will be, and Scott will be coming back to council with business cases to support the spend or not support the spend. So it's small. There are small, obviously, items that we have already identified as in the plan, which are progressing. It comes down to council as the level of delegation, whether they proceed or not.
So some of those items within the long-term plan can be postponed.
It can't be removed, they can defer.
Can be postponed, not removed until we redo the long-term plan, because I'll say it there was a lot of extraneous matter that was included in the long-term plan last term. And it's been happy, and we're very now.
But yeah, you can defer it.
You can defer it, yes. That's right. And that's the logical process to take on it.
Yeah.
Logical way to
And like Simon says, coming back with business plans, you'll have more information to determine whether you want to go ahead or not.
And just to clarify through your worship, I appreciate that just because something's in the plan doesn't mean it's going to happen, but you have to admit that does send something of a perception. If you see something in there, rows and columns, that's stuff that's there. It's more there than not there, so to
So
speak.
just to reinforce, those plans are council's plans anyway, so council resolved to move them as part of a capital plan process. Whether this council supports those aspirations within their capital program is entirely up to this council. So once again, it's this council that decides whether they proceed or not. And there may be some projects council might want to put into the plan as well, part of the LTP.
Your Worship, is the 16% or 16.1% that's been mentioned a few times, how much of that do you think is directly attributable to a zero rate increase in the CPI increase, as far as I'm getting the feel we're trying to get to where this number's come from?
The 16%, that's an average for a start, and that's all the rates. So obviously including the water. So it's all the costs in there. The general rate's the highest increase. And that's based on everything we talked about at the workshop. So there's increased cost of everything. We suffer from CPI and more as well, just like everyone else with their organisations, and resourcing as well. When there's demand but no supply, the cost goes up, and that's exactly what's happening now. Consultants, contractors, everything, they're all in short supply, and it costs us money. Plus, we can't get the staff, so we end up relying on consultants and contractors to take the place of some of those professional staff as well. So that's what's driving a lot of the cost in the plan.
But just to answer your question, there was obviously a zero rate increase. It was obviously very, very challenging in terms of, so obviously that could have been provided in terms of making that work. Those costs transferred on and on and on.
Yeah, we still have to spend them, we just didn't fund them. That's how we're looking to get that funding back to recover where we were.
Thank you. The last council was saying, there were areas where they didn't fund. It started well before then, it's like the previous council's work that hasn't been keeping up with costs of doing work within the district.
And part of that was due to not knowing exactly what assets we had. There's been a lot of work done on knowing what's underground.
The assets criticality and the asset assessments, a lot of that has been done now. You would see also the level of service around some of our facilities was quite low, and obviously going back to the austerity process that happened quite some time ago, raising that level of service up again costs as well. Just going back to in or out in terms of Three Waters funded depreciation or not.
I'll move that we don't fund Three Waters depreciation in this budget.
That's what Lizzie wants, isn't it?
I don't care. You can do what you like. I'll still pay my rent.
So does everybody, just before we further that motion, does everybody fully understand what the rates will look like if we don't fund Three Waters depreciation? Because the consequences of not funding it is what the figures will look like. But the question for Leslie on that, if we don't, is there any repercussion next year and the year after, as far as still playing catch up from previous rating from the previous council? Does it add to the repercussions that we've got?
Not funding it, the depreciation doesn't,
No.
because regardless of what anybody around the table thinks, the Three Waters will vote against it, so.
And we miss out on that ability to
Yeah, because
that fund could be
that has
absorbed.
already been funded by our ratepayers here. So if that gets lost into an entity, it will be spent wherever they want to spend it.
Elsewhere, out of the region, out of those who've paid for it to date. Yeah. Okay. So, going back to,
Motion's been put.
yeah, motion's been put by councillor Neil to remove the, seconded by councillor Lera, to remove the, Three Waters depreciation from the rating. Opposed rating? All in favour?
Is it question, sorry. Sorry, point of order. It has to go through the motion before any further comments.
Yes, sorry, councillor.
So I kept it
I've got a
down.
question to ask. I'll wait until I've asked a question until I know where we
Otherwise you don't know
on
what way to vote.
the. Pardon?
Otherwise you don't know what way to vote.
Yeah. And I ask the question.
This is premature.
Yeah.
So I thought,
Yeah,
I'll withdraw my motion.
Last question.
Yeah, sorry. So that was the most last heretic in the room in this instance, I suppose. What's your chief concern with not funding it? I'm just trying to actually understand everyone's point of view here.
I accept what Leslie says, but the net effect is that a rural ratepayer is paying 30%, and a residential ratepayer is paying up to -10.
But, and you don't think that if we fund it, you think the rural ratepayer would be paying less than 30%, or it's simply that the differential would be less because both? No, I'm just trying to understand. I'm not saying that this is the way it is.
Well, we're talking about an average rate rise of 16.16%, so it's an average. But I don't believe that the rural ratepayer will still be paying 30% more. I believe that their rate rise will still be under 20%.
Your view is that regardless of what we do with the Three Waters rates, the real rate payers will be paying 30% rate increase regardless. Is that right?
Yeah, those are the general rates.
Unless we change something else further down the track.
Yeah.
So to reduce that differential, we'd have to change other things. Do you accept that or not? Right, let's say we fund Three Waters depreciation to bring that further into
I
kilter.
think we clarified that the rural ratepayers, we funded for Three Waters, would still be somewhere between maybe 16 and 20% total rate increase. Just
Including
against rural.
Yeah, because you're looking at 16 as an average, so depending on capital value and community rate.
And I hear the concerns that they have, because they still will be saying that why would they paying 14 to 15% more than I should have been.
But the only way we can change their rate is if we start slashing it. It's not going to change it with the
I don't get that argument at all.
Well, let's put it this way, why should I be paying less? What's the justification, apart from the fact that we're not funding Three Waters depreciation?
Because you've already funded it. Because we're using the reserve, so you've already funded it.
Yes. So that's good for me.
Yeah,
That's great.
yes.
But why does he have to pay 30%?
because he hasn't paid.
Of it,
Because they've never paid towards it in the first instance.
And they're never going to.
No,
They don't
no,
have
but the
three
general
waters.
rate is.
So what's he get, what do they get in the 30% price?
but it's a secret.
He didn't pay for it last.
Yeah, it is.
I can't read Federated Farmers submission. It's quite clear.
But they've got the wrong end of the stick there. If you read that again, they're thinking that the UAGC is increasing because somehow we're subsidising the other ratepayers through the UAGC, which is actually the opposite way around.
Nothing is materially changing in anyone else's UAGC, right? It's just rewards rates.
It's just the reward. The UAGC doesn't have anything to do with it.
But yeah, materially.
Hmm?
Materially,
I know what you're trying to say, but everybody, the rural ratepayers are getting the same as they were getting.
yes.
Yes, the others are getting the same as they were getting,
Yeah.
but they've already funded towards the reserve, whereas the rural ratepayers haven't. So they're just getting back some of what they've already funded.
Apologise for labouring the point and frustration everyone's feeling, but this is one of the more significant decisions I feel we've actually had to make in the time that I've been here and stuff, so I feel it is worthwhile to have a thorough discussion on it.
And you're right with that. By rights, once a motion has been put forward and we've entered into that, we shouldn't be having further discussion. It's going to be your point.
Late in the day now.
But I do appreciate what Councillor Phelps is saying, is that this is a really significant decision that's actually the repercussions of right and wrong are there for some time. So it's vital we get this right. So I'll go back to the decision, the motion that was put forward by Councillor Neil, seconded by Councillor Malera, that Council removes the three-quarters depreciation from the rating. Can I ask for all those in favour? Against?
I like the status quo.
Yeah, I'll vote the funded on it.
No, so just
Sorry.
before you pass
We're
those
only
comments.
voting against it, sorry.
Yes, that's just for that. Thank you. So that's 5 for and 2 against the motion. So that is where that sits. But following on from that then, with the options that were put forward, no water's funding was the option 2, 3, 4 and 5. Is that correct, Leslie, then, on the UAGC percentages? So we're taking out the three waters depreciation funding, then the option, then we need to decide on which option out of these, as far as the 17.5 or 20% funding needs to go. Does everybody understand that? So the repercussions are actually up on the screen and is putting on the screen behind you.
And again, apologies for the TV screen. It's,
Someone drop it or?
no, the tubes have gone. We'll just wait. What part?
So we need to now look at option 2 is 17.5% UAGC, that's with no three waters depreciation. Option 3 is 17.5 with rural differential reduced to 1 from 1 to 0.95 and rural residential differential reduced from 0.75 to 0.7. Sorry. Option 4 is 20% UAGC and no funding of three waters depreciation. Option 5, 20% UAGC with rural differential reduced from 1 to 0.95 and rural residential differential reduced from 0.75 to 0.7. So we need to make a decision on which of those options that sits with the removal of three waters depreciation.
We've already voted on option 1 anyway.
Status quo.
Yeah. Because it's either option 1 or one of the other 4 is what we just voted on.
Option 1 is status quo.
Is funding three water depreciation.
We've already voted. That's
We've
not
already voted. So we have to just decide options 2, 3 or
Yeah.
Yes.
4
Yes.
or 5.
Yes. Yeah.
Just to reinforce what Leslie's been trying to do is once again now that three water depreciation is not going to be funded, we're trying to minimise the impact. Is the burden on the rural ratepayer by increasing UAGC, reducing the differential for rural and for rural residential. The recommendation was option 5, which is the lower for the differentials and the higher for the UAGC. Is there any discussion on that?
I still don't feel confident that I understand why the rural, so I totally agree with Stephen about the rural one being so high, but not about the depreciation side of it, not that aspect. Still don't see why, if we're looking at a base and an overall average 16% rate increase, why the rural has gone up to 30. That's true.
It's too long.
No, because it's not the depreciation that's caused the 30%. The depreciation one has caused the residential ones to go from there down.
Yes.
Small scale ones to go from there.
So in the general rate, which is the driver, the big driver, we've got just under, I think it's 391,000 clawback of the smoothing. So we've got 391 there that's partly driving the increase. And
So why is that driving the rural more than the residential?
it isn't
Driving across the board.
driving them all.
It's not across the board, there's different things.
Driving the general rate. And when we looked at those examples, just the general rate, you could see that the percentages were all, on those samples, were all high. On the general rate.
And as much as, and Leslie said, as much as the percentages are high, when you look at the variation between what was paid last time to what we've been paid this time, actually by dollar, yeah, it's not as severe as what that perception is.
Just to highlight, I don't know if you've got Appendix 1 open in front of you of the plan.
On the options.
In terms of Appendix 1, which is the modelling that supports the rest options. You can see that obviously option 5 is the least impact on the rate. That's a bit. So the further you go to the right on that, the better off the rural rates come.
Yes.
Let's take the top line as an example.
And the commercial become as well.
So just to be clear, the only way to reduce the general rate is to take things out that is general rated, which is power one factor. That's the only way to reduce it for everybody.
Or not support community rated activities, like shutting down.
I guess from looking at the feedback from a lot of the rural have been impacted by their perceived rate increases. Basically, I think the overall comment that comes out is, what are the increased services we're getting for that increase? And that's the part that we can't front up and say,
It's basically cost.
it is.
It's cost.
It's
drivers.
cost. Yeah.
And as I say, with that 391 this year. The previous moving.
Sorry to be worship, I don't think across the whole plan, I don't think there's any service increases anywhere really.
No.
You know, so that no one's getting service increases.
No, it's cost related, and that's it.
Both internal and external, primarily a lot of external as well.
Pretty sure option 5 solve their problems going forward. Can that work for you? Option 5?
That's our preferred option.
That's our yeah. I mean, remember those tools, the UAGC and the differential, can be changed every year, every plan. There's nothing, they don't have to be done through an LTP. They're tools to be used when we want to tweak the rates like this. So, you know, it can be the right thing to do this year, but yet next year might I'm not going to tweak it another way. Those are the tools we use.
Okay, just to confirm, the UAGC, that is something
Only the fact that the UAGC, there's a certain limit on some of those fixed rates, and that's 30%. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll have a
All right. Councillor Kesson would like to move a motion.
to follow preferred option 5.
Councillors, please, we're just in the process of putting a motion forward, so it's important everybody hears it. Sorry, Councillor.
That we adopt the preferred option 5 moving forward, noting the differential to assist those in the most affected rate percentages at the moment.
Secretary Councillor Burden, thank you. Right, all in favour? Councillor Kesson, Councillor Munira, Councillor Burden, Councillor Burnett. On this side?
Yeah.
Councillor Davidson. And against? Councillor Moore. Thank you, that's carried. So to confirm, that's the funding of the 3 waters depreciation for the rating has been voted against, and we are taking the preferred option 5 going forwards. Thank you everybody for that.
Yes. For the purpose of the live stream, so people know what option 5 is.
Sorry, read it out. Okay, option 5 is the 20% UAGC with the rural differential reduced from 1 to 0.95 and rural residential differential reduced from 0.75 to 0.7. So increasing the UAGC to 20% reduces the disadvantage of ratepayers who do not pay targeted 3 water rates and also provides some benefit to rural ratepayers by reducing the effect of the general rate increase above the UAGC increased benefits. Which takes the overall average increase to 0.07%.
No, actually, I changed my vote.
No, sorry, it's been recorded. Sorry.
I just need to note there were 44 submissions for option 2 and only 2 for option 5.
And I think some of that, I also looked at that too, but I think some of that is the fact of the comprehension of the rates and what this all means and how it's broken down as part of that. It's damn hard to get your head around for us, and we've had far more insight into it than the average ratepayer. And so I think that's actually, just something that we'll bear in mind going forward of how we communicate or get that understanding out there, or even let people come and have a training session, I don't know. But we do need to sort of bear that in mind going forward, I think. Right, so if we can just have everybody focusing on what we're doing with the conversation, so that nobody misses out on where we're going. Ronnie, do you want to just... Yes, please. Well, we just need to keep current of where we are and what we're doing, if you don't mind. Sorry. Oh, I've just got rid of my notes. Okay, so we'll move on from the rates model. Number 1, to Otira toilets, please.
Yeah, Otira.
Yeah.
Excuse myself. Temptation.
So everybody again has seen, and Emma's put up the spreadsheet, the submission analysis. Thank you, Emma. So, option 1 was build a permanent public toilet block and fund ongoing caretaking, cleaning and maintenance, which had the majority of submission comments to. Option 2, retain the temporary structure and fund ongoing caretaking, cleaning and maintenance. And option 3, do not build a new public toilet block and remove the temporary structure. 3 submissions for that. 5 for the one previous. I think all in support of option 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and about 15 supporting option 1. So
So just run through the staff comments.
yes.
So just for councillors' reference, the staff comments, we have made an application for funding in lieu of a decision, mainly because the timing wasn't going to work for us otherwise. So the value of the proposed structures now at 325, of which council contribution would be 50%, 162,500. Based on that, the 162 could be offset by local contributions as well, which we discussed with the Aotearoa community. The ongoing operational costs, which is around 50k annually, for option 1 or 2. So either way, and the depreciation 6 is around 10k per year. I just wanted to highlight the change from 460. And bear in mind the 460, we reduced the scope of the toilets. It was based on a previous installation, but added the complexities of an Oasis system. An Oasis system would have cost more operational costs, so we decided to go, mainly because there's filters and all sorts of stuff that has to be managed more effectively. So we've gone for a basic tank system. So that's just a summary of what we've done today. Obviously, we've met with the community along with other councillors and worship in terms of looking at that in its entirety.
Thank you. Next, Simon, is everybody crystal clear on that? Right, discussion, questions, further? Councillor,
regarding the ongoing maintenance costs, $50,000 or so.
Oh, that's for cleaning primarily, yeah. And then get the tank as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's just quite difficult, isn't it, finding that $11,000 that was clean with the toilets was our part. What's the difference?
I don't think it's done well. Subsidised. It's basically a service contract to clean them. And obviously, so we're just directly connected to our disposal. It's not actually having to be pumped out.
Good. Okay. That being reviewed though?
I think so. Once we talk with the relevant community and working through a service agreement, current, and based on our current plan rates, around $25 an hour, basically.
I think it's really unfortunate that we've got to the position where Aotearoa is feeling unwanted and unloved. That, and especially in the centennial year of the Aotearoa Tunnel, it would be a great gesture, if nothing else, from the council to say, here are your centennial toilets. And given that the whole of Westland has benefited from that Aotearoa Tunnel, 100 years. That aside, though, we went and I've said this before, but we went and without blinking an eye, we allocated $200,000 to the development of an app in Hokitika, which is in conjunction with that centennial, and yet we didn't look at a rebrowser criteria, which I think was wrong. And I think we should revisit, absolutely. Now that the cost has come down to a more realistic figure, Now, in the meantime, of course, there are temporary toilets, and it doesn't have to be built tomorrow. And it could be that the next TIF funding, for instance, it could be a sitter.
We should know we should know the outcome of the funding in early July, expectation.
So the funding application did go in for the Aotearoa toilets, because we saw it as a better thing to do than leave it and then do it retrospectively. If we got it and the vote wasn't in support of the toilets, then we would be pulling out from that funding. Yes.
Through your worship, just back to the 50,000 in cleaning and maintenance and what have you, what are we currently spending in Aotearoa maintaining, cleaning and emptying the tank?
It'll be based on the $25 paying charge, which the local communities invoicing us for.
Yeah, I understood the local community was doing it at the moment.
That's right. The cost is not that high. We're not putting
I don't, it's not cheap.
We've got 50,000 in here, so it's not.
Yeah, I don't know the current. We can come back to that.
Will that figure change to the style of toilet going up? That's what you're alluding to.
One we replacing the other, I think would be a change.
Councillor Davison.
Yeah, just that, like, there's quite a few submissions in supporting option one and to build a permanent toilet there. And then there were others that also were happy and acceptable with option two. So, yeah, I found that interesting as well. So we're quite happy, with option two there.
I agree. I think what we take from that is that the overall sentiment is that toilets are there either reviewed or retained.
Yeah.
And I think as much as Diane in her submission said that she was a bit aghast at the toilets went in as a submission aspect, I think for us making the decisions, it's actually for me personally, it's going to be a different perspective to the use, because we've got people from Canterbury that have passed comment, we've got people from throughout Westland that have passed comment on the usage, and it's far greater by a far more diverse sort of people from where they're based to what we realised. So I'm actually pleased that we have, because it's given us a better concept or idea of usage and appreciation for what's there.
Whereabouts for the toilets going to be located?
Pretty well the same position as the current ones. It has, to avoid complications, it should go on council property, and there is a strip of council property where the current temporary ones are. There is another piece of property next to that, which is Kiwi Rail land, which the community's looking to lease off Kiwi Rail. But at the moment, we're just looking to replace like for like, same situation.
And following on from Councillor Phelps's comment this morning about having a conversation with Doc, I think there's also more of a conversation with Fulton Hogan, who are based there. I don't think we'll see anything of NZTA, but we've really got to look at any avenue that's potentially available.
You could always shoulder tap Kiwi Rail as well.
Yes, Kiwi Rail as well, yes.
What's Kiwi Rail looking for? They got their own toilets or?
They have toilets with the train station.
Yeah, so there are some in the yards, but they're pretty derelict now, behind where these toilets are. Yeah. So is everybody quite happy on the discussion of the Aotearoa toilets? Anybody prepared to put a motion forward of options to Councillor Verdon?
Yep, I'm happy to put forward a motion that we proceed with option one, building some beautiful new toilets. Maintain them, look after them, clean them.
Thank you, Councillor Verdon. Seconded, Councillor Neal. Okay, thank you for that. And so can we have the vote now, please? By show of hands, those in favour? Councillor Bennett, Neal, Verdon, those against? Councillor Davison, Councillor Neal. And we need to record Councillor Phelps as abstaining. No, abstaining? Abstaining? Yes, because he submitted, yes. So thank you for that. We consider that carried. So option 1 or 2 is for the Aotearoa toilets. Thank you for that. The one community that will be very pleased with that outcome. Right, the next point is point 3, fees and charges. Very interesting submission from Ian Daniel, which I think was food for thought on how we manage this going forward. Again, oh God. I think overall the sentiment is Those five, what do you say? Yeah. I think overall the agreement from the submissions is that too high. We haven't factored in the usage, and I'm interested to see what other councillors' opinions are on this. Maybe Councillor
because I think this one is outrageous, and we're well out of step with other councils with our galleries, and at this rate we're going to kill the local art community, and I think it was plucked out of thin air, and I don't think there's justification for it. We need to be fostering the arts, not killing them. Yeah, I think we need to go back to the drawing board with this one, and something like what we had, which was $60 a week, something far more reasonable. And I also would like to see the council sit down with the arts community and talk about what is the best placement for the Carnegie building for it, because I think they should be going back into the Carnegie Gallery, not being squashed into the old reception room when they haven't even been consulted on this.
Sorry, I should have pointed out too, is that the first part of the fees and charges discussion is on the Carnegie component.
Your Worship, the fact that it's unlikely to have any progress through to the LTP, I suggest we remain status quo for the Carnegie and the fees and charges. Then we revisit as part of the LTP discussion. It is per the staff comments. So acknowledge that the rates are not supported, and just revisiting as part of the LTP discussion.
How does everybody feel about that? Happy to.
I'd be happy to acknowledge all the work that they've put into submitting, I think, and and see that it is going to be low, so that they have some confidence going forward. I think all we heard this morning really strong with the fact that it shouldn't go up. Anything like that, and I don't think we should be paying them to bring their exhibitions here.
Well, I think from Mrs. Daniel's submission, it's interesting the examples that she's got there and how it works. So I think really, perhaps, my opinion is that we roll the status quo for now with the mindset to actually review this in a whole, because we want to enhance and encourage and bring people in for these things, not push them out the door. And I think we need to look at what we're trying to create there and how we're going to use that and put the best thing forward for the community. So yeah, it's that's my opinion on it, but that's it. Councillor Mira.
I just think it should be used to pay. The rural guys have just copped it, so that's it. You pay your way. So you work out what it costs, and that's what it costs.
I'm loath to pay people to paint bad paintings that otherwise wouldn't get painted. There's beautiful landscape paintings just on River Street and New Art Gallery from someone that clearly paints nice enough paintings that people are willing to pay enough for them. But anyway, if we weren't utilising that space, what happens to it? Have we just got another empty room to vacuum? Or what happens? What else are we actually going to be using that room for?
I think that's the thing. We've got to look at the big picture and sort of say we need to, with the money that's being spent, we need to make sure that building gets optimum use. We are regarded as being very supportive of the arts in this region. I've been to 3 meetings so far with New Zealand Arts Programme, and yeah, they actually commend us for our support that we provide to the artistic community. So, you know, it's another aspect that brings people into the community as well. So
I agree that we need to consult with the arts group, Patrick, so that we can talk to them and the museum people about what would be best placed in there when there isn't actually an art exhibition. And it might be that the museum has an exhibition, you know, a display, whatever, that can go in and come out. But yeah, let's talk to why.
This is what happened in the past.
Yep.
I think, I think it's important just to get those people involved with even the planning for what's happening internally in the museum. I don't know how far along that is in terms of budget and things, but if they're not sure where they're even going to end up, how can we determine fees and charges? We don't know what's what. $60 an hour to me is out the gate ridiculous, and it's to be scaled back. We probably need to look at real cost and something in line with real costs rather than trying to profit out of it. I think supporting those groups and volunteers is good, and we've got to work with them rather than tell them this is how it is and kill them.
We're not killing them, we're just asking them to change it in a plan to run
Just, your worship, just clarifying, so we're talking about all the fees related to Carnegie, admission, research, to furthermore?
Research is external to Carnegie at the moment, so it's a museum rather than Carnegie.
Yeah, I'd support deferring the fees until the museum's up and running and there'll be a consultation.
Yeah. Councillor Gladstone?
Who did people report to in the past?
Sorry?
Who did they report to in the past? The arts. When we say we have no communication, who have they
Through the
reported?
museum team, primarily if they wanted to display anything in the Carnegie building. So it's a museum.
It's the museum team, they've been in touch with you about anything?
Through the in terms of budget process. But they report to
Oh, sorry, Councillor Fox.
The museum last, her name escapes me, so the previous manager, I think she may have left now. The last time she presented to us, I asked if we had any data on in terms of foot traffic into the museum, how much is Western residents, West Coast, sort of business, and I was told no such data is taken, nor does it exist. Is that something we can work into the annual plan so we actually start getting an idea of what local utilisation is of the asset versus visitor utilisation? Because I think it would be handy information to have.
It's something we can put in place, but until the museum's open, then we can't have any targets. It can't always be zero.
Yeah. Well, it's easy to do
So the reality is that the next 12 months, it is unlikely that the museum will be open to the public prior to the LTP, which is why staff recommendations to maintain the status quo.
Yeah.
And that is due to staffing levels now, difficulty in getting staffing and struggling for funds.
Which I'm pleased to hear, because not pleased to hear that it's going to be yet another 12 months after the longest waiting since an elephant's gestation. But however, I am pleased though that nothing will happen before the LTP, because we need to revisit those outlandish fees and costs and bring it back down to earth. Including the recommended fee.
Thank you. So I think we can take the consensus around the table is to carry the existing costs, fees and charges forward until review is done in line with the LTP.
I'll clarify for the museum.
Can you clarify? Just the media. We're talking the museum fees too, are we not, around the table? Is everybody?
Just the venue hire.
Just the venue hire?
Yeah. For Carnegie.
We're still got the
So we're talking about the Carnegie building, fees and charges for that. So everybody's quite happy for that to remain as status quo. We carry on the charges as they've been until that's reviewed. Now consensus around the tables, please, before we thank you. Councillor Lee. Yep. Councillor Davis, you agree with that? Yeah, that's a moving agreement with that, so thank you for that. So we will keep the Carnegie Gallery fees as they are. We need to make a second there. Okay, can I have a move and a second, please? Councillor Burton, thank you. Councillor Kesson. All in favour? Aye. Against? Right, carried, thank you. Right, so the next one is the council chambers.
Yes, Emma. Did you need to also discuss the museum entrance fee? That was one of the topics.
sorry, the lines aren't, I was
Is that
taking
take
it.
up in that conversation?
Well, I thought it was, but. Entrance street to the museum, sorry, we'll go there. I thought that was going to be, I thought we were actually looking at.
Includes it.
Yes, so the previous discussion includes the entrance fee to the museum. Yes, so everybody agree with that?
Yeah,
The museum
again.
fee, entrance fee is included in that previous discussion as far as
Yes.
carrying the cost forward.
And again, not a problem, we'll have to have for 12 months anyway, so.
Yeah. So I should go through the room, yes, I have that. Thanks, Emma. Okay, council chambers, highridge. Has there been any change to that? And what is it like?
This is new, isn't it?
It's something we used to have in our fees and charges and now basically adding it back in. We don't really want to be a venue for anybody to hire because that actually deters what we need to be doing in here. So there are plenty of places that are commercially or even community throughout Pokey that we think would be better being able to hold those events and things.
So is it better to take it out again?
No, we'd want to keep it in.
You want to keep it
Yeah.
in, but that's why it's set high?
Yes.
What, and the reason for keeping it in?
Deter and being able to get people to use the other.
But as opposed to having it unavailable at all?
Well, that's another option, but you could do that, but we are here, I suppose there are times when we may want to let somebody use it and we would want to charge them.
Your worship, just the risk factor and the risk of insurance kind of aspects of it, would it be really that prudent to make this publicly accessible? It's not really.
It requires supervision. So
Yes, that's the thing, it's under supervision, so there would have to be, if it's in the evening, we'd have to have staff here and.
So would that highridge cost really cover that supervision?
it does.
At that level for that reason.
So based on past highridge or usage in that respect, what have we looked at in the past 12 months?
Well, we've tried to deter it, but there have been the odd, but we have charged as well.
And but we're talking 2, 3, 5 times
Maybe once or twice.
in the past year.
I'd be happy to just make the council chambers unavailable
Mm.
for hire. Council can host their own events here.
We can do that.
It's more hassle than it's worth.
So if we've hired it out once or twice in the past for what we charge versus the supervision or having to have somebody here, how does that cost? The cost rise?
What's the thing?
How's that equated out as far as also having to have somebody present?
It's been during the day.
Been during the day?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, John. That's right. So what's the consensus around the table?
Roughly, I'm just wondering if we can make it unavailable after hours and if it's during the day highs that in that point we've got staff here in the buildings.
There's a difference between hiring and hosting. So if we have, a group and we are hosting on behalf of council or on behalf of a special organisation, that's right. Yeah. So I would support removing this entirely as it being for hiring.
I'm happy to agree with them.
More discussion?
Why would we rent it out? I mean, it's not going to be a massive source of revenue out of our total operating costs. The only other reason would be to make space available for the community, and you've already mentioned there's plenty of
Primary reason is the fact that the facility provides a sort of, ability to use it as a functioning meeting room.
Yeah, but there are other places around town that you can.
Exactly right.
So I think we're not really adding that much into circulation. It's not already there relative to the hassle that exists for us.
Okay.
Right, so the mood is for the council chambers.
I would like to move that we make it unavailable for hire.
Thank you, councillor Burden. I second to that, councillor Phelps. All in favour? All against? Oh, hang on. Councillor Burden.
Oh, hey.
Against? Right, councillor Davidson, we're taking a vote on the council chambers being removed from the availability for hireage. And withdraw it from being hireable.
Yep.
Yep. So we're just going around, councillor Burton has passed a motion that it's removed from that. So again, can we have a show of hands of those in support of it being removed? Thank you. Against? Yeah. Okay. That's carried. Okay, Sprinkle. Seniors over 70, free of visits.
Oh, beauty.
There was a charge of you to take your wings with you. Okay, and a full review of swimming fees will be undertaken for the next LTP. So what's the consensus on where we sit? Do we leave it status quo and review, including the swimming fee for seniors at that time? What's the consensus around the table?
Through the chair, do we have any focus on what percentage of all users are going to lose?
We don't get the revenue anyway.
No.
So we don't know. We don't have those numbers.
Just to highlight,
I support it, I think it's a nice idea.
Yes.
just to highlight, there is an extended shut for the obviously the Springfield operating this year, and the disruption of this year doesn't make it a good analysis. Just fees anyway,
No,
status quo
status
is
quo.
pretty well carrying over.
With a full review for the LTP
Correct.
would be the correct way to go.
I
Joyce,
think it's a good idea because we don't know how much this pool's going to cost to run. The new reception layout with staffing, so we'll review it.
So, sorry, Councillor Fox.
Oh, I was just going to ask, lost my train of thought. What was the rationale for making it free for over 7s? Oh no, sorry, that was the question I had, sorry, was in terms of the revenue that swimming pool gets, I know this is managed through DW, but in terms of users paying revenue into the pool versus how much is just paid for through the Hokitika community rate that funds it and that sort of stuff, in terms of the overall revenue for the pool, the majority comes from the ratepayer anyway, doesn't it? The fees are really a nominal thing, there's an element of user pays and cost recovery, right, so yeah, it's not going to... No, I'll just clarify that.
So can I have a mover on a way forward for this, please? And that is that we leave things as status quo with a full review for the next LTP.
Yeah,
Thank you, Councillor Phelps, second to Councillor Neal. All in favour?
right.
Unanimous, thank you very much. The next one is an increase in the resource management fees of 8% is too high. And from our perspective, it's based on cost recovery, user pays, so it's set on our outgoing and the coming costs. It's not a profit situation, it's meeting our costs within our entity. Councillor Manero.
Well, so meeting the cost of the next fee.
Can I just ask, the 8% of what, like a resource management fee? Sorry, I haven't read the details, but 8% of something that's currently $100, $1,000, $10,000, that's 8% as a percentage, that's percentage roughly
8% of
what?
an increase.
Because that can look like $8 on top of 100 or $80 on top of 1,000, or where's the, how, as an absolute number, how much will that be on top of what's currently there?
I don't know, at the moment it's probably how long is a piece of string,
Right.
in terms of what is some more expensive than
So as far as, so Councillor Kirsten might be able to say, resource consent, you've just had one, just building consent, sorry, it was two, sorry. Yeah, no, I was just trying to think of an example.
Just after a ballpark
Average
figure, roughly
resource
what a
consent
consent
would be
is.
what?
So
Depends on the type of consent.
Yes.
Takes the process.
It's the difference between subdivision of land
Yeah.
or whatever the activity is going to be,
Right.
or environmental assessment effects. That's a consent that might be able to process within a week or two, as against a consent that might take 6, 9 months, a year or more.
Yeah.
It is how long is a piece of string.
Okay.
Right, so Can I please have something to move forward with? We support the increase of 8%. Councillor, you wanted to read
Is it 8% or is that just?
I think, I think
That's the measure.
we should just
Stopping it.
support the fees.
Increase.
And fees and charges. Which basically pays cost recovery.
Yes, so Councillor, are you happy to move that the necessary costs increases for the resource management fees? Will you sit with those? The second please. Councillor Elliott, thank you very much. All in favour? Against? I see two hands down the very end of each table not gone up. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I said aye.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Neal? Aye, okay, that's carried, thank you. So that's in support of the fee increases then to what percentage, because as we said, it's a user pays and it's a equal and equal out situation. Proposed reduction to metered water rates, that's been covered in the
And
the
this
rates.
is talking about metered water, but it's just that they head towards everything as well, the depreciation. So it's just that moving down the metered water rate, just like we have done with the water rate. It's all part and parcel of it.
Right, so it's not something we need to be emotional because it's part of what we've already done with the rates. It forms part of that. We can't change.
Metered water is a rate.
Is the rates full stop. Submission noted.
Yep.
Yes.
We just clarify that it's not.
Yes. Yep. Submission noted and clarified that it falls under the waters. Do I have a move and a second to that, please? Thanks, Councillor Neal, Councillor Rudin, thank you very much. All in favour? Carried, thank you. Right, support increased fees for sporting facilities to provide fit for purpose facilities for community play and recreation, playing field charges at category 2 low for touch football, rugby and soccer. Increased playing field charges could mean a reduction of events in Hokitika, so there's some pros and against there. Routine maintenance and care of category is 70,800 per annum. So, and that 63,000 is on top of that. That's the special services, fertiliser, compaction, irrigation. It's on top of. That's over 130,000, and we currently bring in income 10,543. And that 10,000 of that is wild birds. Right. Okay. So we're well short of what it costs, even in token gesture. And I do think that Neil had some good points in there. As far as the sports, I know we want everybody to be playing sports, but I know that some of them have to fundraise incredibly hard themselves to support their teams, but there's also some that have reserve funding that could be contributing to playing fields, which do cost us. I know that the rural playing fields are all funded out of their own communities and the sport facilities that use those fields. So this is the only one that's popped up by us. So, Councillor Medrick?
Even though category was unavailable for months because of the wildfires.
Sorry, you were saying even though?
Category was unavailable
For the first round. And that primarily wasn't because of the wild foods, it was actually because of Kids Day, because of the damage from the fire machines running water constantly actually did some damage.
It was not the first time this happened.
No, it's not, but we're also a weather dependent region, which can have significant impact too, even on sports playing on the field.
Did we charge it?
Councillor Monero?
I'm just a bit concerned, like, well, foods are only paying 10 grand, and how much are overall costs of payment?
Claims to bring in millions of dollars, but unfortunately, can't even put up 10 grand for more fuel.
Yes, but do you expect more foods to pay for the damage that the rugby fraternity do to the field? The cricket pitch, you know, this is the thing, you've got the whole.
Yeah, 10 grand.
With respect, this school is built for rugby. It's built for the whole food system.
I take a point Simon made a while back, which was that if you didn't have a utilised sports field there, you could as easily have flower beds or something that costs as much to actually maintain and that sort of stuff. And it's kind of like the Carnegie building. If we own it, do we want people to use it, or do we just want people to sort of look at it? Right? Again, you look at what rural communities pay maintaining their own domains, stuff, points Don made around hockey and stuff, and you just, it's hard not to argue that that the sports that you guys are namely rugby, I'm sure those sports currently use it with their share. The way that it's charged, is it charged to the clubs or is it charged to the West Coast Rugby Football Union?
The club individually in charge.
So is it just West Coast and Kiwi as well, because they use their field as well, is it? Both teams? No, I don't know. South Western would pay for it. Yeah, Kiwi and West Coast is the home ground, aren't they? So they're the only two clubs that pay into it.
And they also use the facilities, Kiwi use the facilities there as well.
Oh, yeah.
So the other sports that are highlighted in the fees and charges, touch rugby, that's not happening this year. Softball, they don't have a team, or they don't play there. Soccer is ending up going to the high school. So there's only really rugby league's already on Waitson Island, continue to stay.
Does the council own Waitson Island, or is the league club own it?
We own it, but they utilise it.
What do you charge? Is it comparable in terms of what leagues charge?
So there's an MOU with the rugby league, so they maintain it themselves.
Clarification, the fees are proposed to have gone up already.
They have increased, yeah, from rugby 1,000 to 1,250.
25% increase on the all stuff. If the large gaps are firmly still an increase there.
That's one. I don't think the work that's done on Cascade is not going to be recovered in the fees and charges approach.
Even if it's not recovered,
Minimised.
50% recovered maybe, or whatever, more so than what it is now.
I think the other thing we've got to factor in though is that if we put the fees up for sports that don't have any New Zealand backing, we don't want to see them disappear either. We've got a ground that has been created for use, and we either have it used by the sporting groups region, or we shut it up. Nobody uses it by somebody walking around the park. I mean, we've got to face it. If it's going to be a sports ground, there's going to be costs going forward. That's the way it's always been.
Sorry, it's just the community costs. You referred to the other sports grounds funded by community and users. It's no different here that the community funds it through rates.
Yeah.
So I think the charges are fine.
Actually, I think in Hey, the ground maintenance would be done by the rugby club.
Yes.
Whereas here, it's not done by the rugby club, it's done by everyone, whether they play rugby or watch rugby.
That's what Stephen's saying, is that in those areas, it's all done by those communities, and here it's done by the community, their rates.
Yeah,
there's a difference there.
There is, but it's a percentage of them how you manage that, isn't it?
I think it's very funny though.
Well, I know what the rugby partner agreement costs per year, and it's not, it certainly supersedes that for a number.
I think it should be left the way it is, and I strongly advocate for people using the square. It's good. It's good team sport. It's good for the community. Creates a good culture. So, yep.
Do we put any support into other clubs like the gymnastics club, for example? They have really high costs. I think that's where the question is, Tanka, is, yeah, totally agree to support
Well,
sports.
I wouldn't want
But
horses on there.
Are we doing it across the board? Well, actually, probably there were horses there before the rugby players, Paul, just saying historically. But anyway,
No,
It does feel like we are favouring a particular sport. And again,
play rugby, not what I want to play.
I've seen you play all right.
and a festival.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's also an event centre for whether that's an accurate.
Yes, I'm into it.
It seems like subsidising certain sports, but I mean, what else is Casper for? To look pretty.
Yeah, I know.
It's one reason, and I don't think it's apples with apples to compare the rugby club and the cricket club, for instance, even the soccer clubs that use it, with the gymnastics. I don't understand it really.
so why do we put so much more importance on financially supporting those sports?
I don't think it's that we're financially supporting them, it's the fact that we've got a venue that's available for the wider community use.
And so why are we sticking with having a venue that's available for a certain section of sports? Maybe, Patrick, we should sell it.
Well,
I didn't say that.
no.
Well, I mean, if the gymnastics want to come out one day and do gymnastics all day, they can. I mean, there's nothing to stop them.
Yeah, it's just that realistically, you need a bit more stuff to do gymnastics and things like that, whereas having a green space there for the community fortunately does sort of coincide with people who use it as a rugby pitch and that sort of stuff.
No, we should just move forward. This is just.
I'll move that we,
It's all good to know.
Yeah. All right, so can I please have somebody move a motion on what we do with, sorry, and hello, Councillor Beard,
Hello.
who's in hospital. Right.
Sorry, it's taken me all day to get here.
All good.
all good.
Right, so can I have someone please put forward a motion of what we're doing with the sporting facilities?
Well, just accept the proposed charges.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Stick with that.
Councillor Gibson, thank you. All in favour? The Councillor Beard, we've just voted on, I'm not sure how fluent you are with where we were at in the deliberations. We're just going through each point that's in the analysis from the submissions and doing votes on where we go with those submissions as far as requirements going forward.
Sorry, I just came in halfway through on that one, so.
That's all right. We'll let you catch up.
I was against
Yeah.
it.
Eh? Sorry. Somebody else against it. No, she won't be able to hear.
Did you want the fees reduced,
I want
John?
Donna's voice now.
Is it? No, she's
Did
just.
you want the fees reduced? or-
No.
Right. So 2-hour rule takes us to 3 o'clock, which is in 3 minutes. And we started, so we either do support waste management charges and then stop for a cup of tea, or we stop for a cup of tea now and then do waste management. Okay, so first and foremost, a meeting cannot continue for more than 6 hours from when it starts, including any adjournments, which we have now done. So we need to move a resolution that will allow us to carry on.
Yep.
Councillor McKesson. Councillor Burton, thank you very much.
Almost to get up and do a gym jam.
All in favour that we move on? All in favour that we move, carry on? Thank you. Yes, all in agreement. Thank you, everybody. Right, so how does everybody want to do this? You want to stop for a quick stretch of legs and a cup of tea? Silence halfway. Come on, we should be back in 5.
What happened there?
Hey Donna, I've just stopped for a cup of tea. Now that you've joined. Oh, I can't hear you. But I think they're back in about 5 minutes. Oh.
Thank you. Is Donna back on?
No, she's not.
No, okay. Excuse me, so with that, we'll move straight into, support waste management charges. Fees for car disposal too high at heart, increased fee for empty waste and liquid sewage plants too high. Waste fees and charges acceptable. Right. Mixed bag, agree, disagree, I think everybody is the same. You have to pay. But, so what's the general want here?
Just so your worship, so disposal of a car is the same price as across the district, it's not just house related, so. And the second one point, septic discharge of waste has been heavily subsidised in the past. We're just increasing this fee to reflect direct cost recovery for users. It also discourages people outside the district who come here and dispose of the waste and using our facilities.
Can we have some more information on that heavily subsidised comment and what's changed in that space?
But it was, I don't know, regarding, in essence, the $500 that we were charging for sales and using for the year. What we were going to tackle those so the reflection of the fee was to basically make it more economic for us to deal with, and to try to sort of funds to
So I believe this point's been raised by someone who runs a local business doing exactly that, who then obviously has unit economics, has a large economic challenge to then proceed with things. Is there any consideration being given to, I guess, the importing of waste versus the localised stuff and that aspect, or the costs are what they are and is that all subsidised?
At the end of the day, it's commercial activity that they're running. I'm not sure in terms of margin about creating out of being only being charged a small amount for waste disposal. I can't comment on that. I'm going to say it's been heavily subsidised obviously for some time.
So just to get clear in my view, that fixed fee is for as much as they have done for you. So it would be like us going to the local rubbish contract and saying you can put as much rubbish in the landfill as you want for $500 a year, which is ridiculous. So it needs to be used as far as I'm concerned. And at the end of the day, they have to pass that on to the customer, like everybody.
Yeah. So, Your Worship, how is it measured? You know, is it weight, like a weighbridge, or is it metre, or what's the?
Sure, actually, I don't know. I'm not sure how it is built. Well, I suppose we need to track real data to keep the data on that.
I think we come back to this question then until we can get out.
So it's not in the listed, not in the annual plan, is it? The charge.
Sorry?
It's not in the annual plan, the charge, is it? I can't see it.
The charges is a consultation document.
So it's basically gone from like, if it was 500, it's gone from 500 to 2,500.
Yes, question, sorry. Another question.
Waste management.
Yes.
Acceptance charge, Earl, in terms of the increase, the justification for the increase.
Justification for the increase is that the amount of money that it costs us for treatment and servicing and contractor charges and any other fees that we have for septic charges anywhere within the region. So it may seem like, and it is quite a big percentage increase, But depending on what the service provider does, that's one price per year. I'd like to see it try and get a tank cleaned for under $500. So, 10 of those a week, work it out, it's probably about an extra cleaning the septic.
I think the concern was for the guy with the portable toilets, it's not going to be the same volume. Charge the same amount.
Anyone that does toilets, I think, that's also a commercial provider. So
Yeah, but that's the way he does work, and I think he's done probably a bit of work for the council before. So if we're going user pays, then it would make sense that they're charged on the volume, not just per annual. We can't
Sorry,
use
I don't see how the fees are laid out. I just work out a reasonable increase for what we have set in fees and charges. If you want to do it by litres, then we have to have new septage intake things which accounts for everything that contractors bring in, and then the charges get higher because you've got to maintain that.
But we don't have inline metering to measure how much is discharged. That's why we do it at a contractor base.
So we could do it on the type of contractor, couldn't we? We could look at different levels of contractors. Maybe it's nothing for an individual camper van, maybe it's X amount for contracted.
Camper vans don't get charged.
But we can have different levels. So we can have it free, camper vans, we can have it $500 a year for Portaloo people, and we can have it $2,500 a year.
You're either a commercial supplier or you're not. So what level you want to utilise the charges for is as per commercial user.
That's how it's set at the moment, but what's to stop us putting a different fee in place? That's what I'm suggesting.
But I think from what you're suggesting too, there'd be a lot more cost to managing that too. Would that be?
Not necessarily, but the bigger commercial suppliers will pay more, and the smaller ones will pay less. So overall, it would be the same. But that doesn't mean, a small commercial supplier that has an advantage over a large commercial supplier because they're not paying as much, which is utilise the service more, charge less.
One of the submitters is sort of saying that the sewage supply and dumping, our view is that the cost should be user pays. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, that means exactly what we're saying. That's why we're going to increase the charges to try and make a reasonable amount of charge.
But it's sort of only user pays on one level, isn't it?
Yes, but there's lots of different ways you can do it. You could put in a charge that the contractor has to supply you with every household that he empties a septic tank on or does whatever service he does, or he utilises here and supplies you numbers so that you can go back through the ratepayer that owns that property and charge the property owner for septic storage. Or you can go the contractor direct and say, this is what it's costing you. It's a reasonable fee, to be fair. It's a reasonable fee if the person that's getting a septic tank emptied is paying $500 to have that service. Depending on how many the service provider does, it might be $5 for taking that waste from there and dumping it.
Well, and I'm not questioning that fee. I'm questioning the one that drives the Portaloos, for example.
I'm sorry, that's the charging level we've got, so that's interesting.
The issue on the table is that we've gone from a low benchmark to a probably more accurate charge. There's a large increase.
To be fair, it's a reasonable increase. It's probably not really an accurate increase for user pays.
So there's no limit, Earl, on how much waste that contractor can dump in there. They could
just go for it. What we are doing is it is enhanced because we were getting truckloads of septic waste coming over the hill. We put cameras and key locks and all that sort of stuff. We intend to do that more. There's only half the really here that accepts it. A little bit of fans. That's got a little bit of fencing. Here we've got fencing. We've got plans to put cameras and all sorts of other septic receivers in there. Really, with the three waters thing coming in, we've backed off on a large investment to hand over to someone else.
Okay,
Thank you.
so thanks, Al. So on the waste management charges, are we looking at the fees and charges are acceptable? Yes, they are. Someone please, sorry, Councillor Lee.
I'm just querying is so what Councillor Neil's suggesting, is that a practical thing we should consider, or should we look at another charging model that includes a smaller operator, or is it just not feasible and we just say that's the fee?
Yeah, if the smaller operators, they pass on the charges to whoever they're servicing. So it doesn't really affect whether they're small or big.
Just through the chair, also, how do you determine what is a small operator?
Well, that's what I'm just sort of plugging in. Is it practical or not?
Compared with Auckland, all the operators here are really small. So, but they do a lot of work.
Right, so is somebody happy to remove that the proposed fees and charges sit with where they are?
We're talking about waste management and
Waste
cars
management.
and sewage all at once. Are you including all of those in this?
Is everybody happy for them to be included in one, that the proposed fees and charges are acceptable to the waste management, car disposal, waste at the sewage ponds, or do you want them breaking down?
Well, I don't agree with the sewage ponds one, personally. No, I think with that size increase, we need to have different levels of users. Yeah, they can pass it on, but we can say that about anything. Clean runs are going to be $10. Pass the charge on, whatever.
All right, so I'll break it down into two. One is the fee, the car disposal, being the same across the district, stays as it is. So we'll get first, thank you, Councillor. I was going to say, I didn't know he's sorry, Manera. Councillor Burden. Everybody in favour of that? Everybody in favour of the car charge disposal staying the same? Down this side of the table?
Yeah. No.
Motion's been moved.
Yeah, no, yes.
What, the car disposal staying the same?
Yeah.
Oh, you got no cars?
The car disposal is the same across the whole district and always has been, not always has been, has been.
I'm just trying to pick up this submission from Sean Olsen. He's got the water toilet and shower.
No, on the wrong subject there, Councillor
sorry.
Davidson. I'm just talking about disposal of cars.
Oh, are we?
The fee.
We've been talking about the septic tank.
Yeah, we were talking about that, weren't we?
Yes, we were, but we've moved on.
Oh, I see.
And we're just, at the moment, motion's been put that the car disposal stays the same across the district
Oh,
as
yeah,
it has
okay.
been. That's all in favour, thank you. And then we go on to the septic discharge of waste.
Yeah.
Can somebody move a motion, please, on where we go with that? Status quo?
I'll draw back the old community decision and park it up and.
Sorry, that's the, so we're not status quo, we're increasing it, aren't we? Yes.
It's been fees and charges.
Yes. So Councillor Manera is happy to move that motion that the fees are increased for the septic charge, seconded by Councillor Phelps, all in favour?
No, I guess that one.
Right, against? 1, 2, 3, 4 versus 3, carried.
And I.
Oh, sorry.
I've gone.
Oh, yeah, it'd be hard for her to vote, being that she's been in and out. Councillor Clare, Councillor Neil and Councillor Davidson.
Are you proposing some to increase them?
It's as per the fees and charges.
As per fees and charges.
As per the fees
As
and
per the-
charges. Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you.
As per the proposed fees and charges, yes, that's Emma. Right, moving on to the increasing of rates, we have covered that already under the rating section across number 1, rates model, and then just option 5. So that has been duly considered and discussed. We can take that as being already managed, already dealt to. So number 5, major project spending. So, first submission doesn't agree with spending on projects such as Picky Wi-Fi, swimming pool, WCWT and associated staff costs. That's it, yes. Consider every project reflected on merit and social, societal impact on the wider Western District, which is what we're trying to do. Support continued development of Castle Playground skate parks, support continued development of historical swimming pool valuable asset. Disagree with spending to upgrade Castle Playground or skate park. 3 other playgrounds within a 1.3k radius. Support continued development of Castle Playground, revisit the investment in Castle. So that's the general thoughts out there for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 submitters on that. Discussion? Councillor Connect.
Through your worship, I think that's pretty clear that we're considering this project, so I don't think there's anything that there's the most complete concern about. I mean, there's budget allocated in the plan, but it's LGP stuff, and it's not guaranteed that we'll spend it. It should just be noted that we understand the concerns and we're to put in.
Yep.
Just to clarify, those so far.
Yes, they go right down here, but they're on different subjects too.
Just through your worship, obviously the Cass Square, there's a working group working on that at the moment, so the lotteries funding, we've received 510, and council's working towards that. Obviously the race course is currently under engagement process again. The swimming pool project has already started. No workers have been out on Paki Waitara until the basic maintenance, until the building concepts has come back.
Yeah, there's several points in there, so that we can extract, we can leave in. Swimming pool's already been committed to. Key Square and skate park. All right, so somebody want to move that we acknowledge the submissions, and as these are under review. No, it's not, it's already underway. The Castle Playground is not under review, it's under scope at the moment. So we need to acknowledge the swimming pool is already underway. Councillor Lee.
I think anything that really has come up but it sort of lingers in the background, it's a supporters trial. But everything else is covered, I think, by the works we've done and reviews and others. But it's whether we want to acknowledge some of the deliberations rather than receiving support of it. There's obviously concerns from the community about it.
Just to highlight, the Wilderness Trial has very minimal spend for this coming annual plan.
Yeah.
We have some basic health and safety components and some funding for signage and shelters, etc. That's depending on the requirements. That fund is a fund we have year on year to utilise. We don't have any significant projects. We do have an issue with the Totra Bridge, as we all know, so that work is getting evaluated in terms of pricing. Once again, just to highlight, there's no major Great Rides funding available this year. That fund is tightened up because of the additional costs that have come out of the East Coast, etc. of the North Island matters. So it's unlikely we're putting any significant project for other than safety elements and any disaster works that we get 100% rebate on anyway.
Okay, so Councillor Medford.
Regarding the other projects, as Councillor Gillett said, we have question marks over them and they'll all be addressed in time.
They will. So with that, if we go to the first 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes on that sheet, 3 of those have noted comments. The societal impact in the district is something that requires business case development. We can note that. So can I have somebody please move and second that we note those comments, accept them as being already committed to. Councillor Gillett, thank you. Can I have someone second that, please? All we're doing is acknowledging the noted all those that those are underway and moving on. Councillor Burden, thank you. And all in favour? Councillor Davidson? Yep, all in favour, that's unanimous, thank you. And then we move on to the Care Square component of that. Can I have someone please move and second that has already been worked on and is under discussion scope at the moment? Working group option.
The three version. So that's not cast in stone either, is it?
No, it's under working group.
That group has to come back. Right. So I think we just need to make that clear. And also it says in here, I'll super noted, but that the Care Square playground and skate park, the skate park is very much a question mark.
Just to confirm with council, we haven't done any work on scoping skate park.
And that's something that can be rolled over or deferred, I should say. Deferred. Yes, deferred.
Long-term plans.
So can I have someone please make a motion that the Care Square is under working group management at the moment, and the skateboard park will be coming back to council discussion at a future date. Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Burden, all in favour? Oh, no, maybe not. Sorry. Yeah.
Helen, so just a comment on Care Square and the skate park. There have been plans drawn up for the skate park, council, but they have been presented here before. Just, I see that there's been a tree planted, I think, in part of that area, so I think we need to be a wee bit careful and just make sure all considerations are considered if there's any trees being planted or seeds.
Non-sanctioned trees, I think.
No, it's the King's Care. Coronation Street.
And I see, depending on the outcome of the Care Square playground, the layout will obviously impact on where the future of the skate park will be anyway.
And if I can just comment on that, the skate park goes across there, that means the entrance gate has to be removed or it has to be totally repositioned. So again, it's a discussion for down the track, as we also need to factor in the Care Square and what happens there with planters in the future.
It's just because, the overall plan before any more sites or anything.
Yeah, noted.
Again, with the skate park, there's a lot of water going over to the project before we even look at those plans. That doesn't mean anything.
No, and we've just acknowledged that, saying that that's got to come back to council for future discussions. So
Australian, because on the basis of some of the plans.
Yeah, and as we just noted too, is that the design and future path of Care Square will be also from that perspective, I suppose. elsewhere in the future. So that
Not necessarily restraining, it's taking into consideration and not allowing things to happen ad hoc. So it's a
right, so we've taken both those comments into consideration and they can be refreshed again when we actually come to discussing the Casware layout with the skate park and so forth. If we can move on to the museum refurbishment, Carnegie building, exterior upgrades. Do you want to have the interactive museum in there as well? I see that's noted. The museum refurbishment, as is the digital interactive spending, and again, that is still funding that can be deferred. So, is available to come back to council for discussion.
Do you want to comment on that at all?
Only in the sense that we haven't even started fit out of the building yet because we're waiting for the external works to be completed. So we have to go through external fit out in terms of painting, flooring, lighting before anywhere near the display. So there's plenty of time to basically have discussions going forward and
Councillor Mitchell.
Your Worship, so if any of these projects can be parked at certainly this one. Extravagance, the capital of
So we will note the support for the museum refurbishment, the comments on the interactive spend for the digital part of the museum, and the exterior upgrades for Carnegie unjustified. That has actually been dealt to with the work that's been done. So that's the heritage part. Just making sure we're there. So can I have someone please move and second that we note the comments regarding the museum and all aspects of the spend future, whether it be refurbishment or digital process. Councillor Casson, Councillor Glett, thank you. All in favour? Thank you. Right, let's use the explanation of. Hey, sorry, Donna.
She's on the way to the X-ray department.
Oh, she's pushing her.
This must be a first for council.
Sorry. Live stream.
Right, tourism, marketing and infrastructure, NZTA signage. Oh, sorry, I missed the page. Sorry, Heritage Park. So the Heritage Park comments there, Heritage Park's rated through the Hokitika community rate and not the general rate, as was, I think, in the comment from the solicitor, which was that heritage enthusiasts should be paying, the Heritage Park should be paid for by beneficiaries and not the general ratepayers.
The comment doesn't really reflect the submission though, does it?
The summary.
The staff comment, note that it's rated through Hokitika community rate and not the general rate. But the submission is actually saying it should be paid for by people that are keen on heritage. Not even by the Hokitika ratepayers, I think that's the point of that.
Yes, they've taken it as a reference to the general rate as opposed to just talking about ratepayers in general.
Yes. At the end of the day, that we money to spend up there, it's council on the building land that we develop.
Right, no. Right, so Heritage Park, we note the submission. What would you like to do? What's the consensus around the table? Councillor Phelps is going out, so can't hear.
So how much were we putting into it?
This was the fund that was in the previous, was carried over into the central theme. So this is $80,000 to resolve this sewage connection to the main system and also some of the infrastructure deficiencies that they have on site, i.e. water, power, they need a new power board and all those sort of things. Sorry? Infrastructure fund.
Councillor Mitchell?
To be honest and to be unpopular, I think it would be, this money would be better reallocated to the CBD maintenance we're going to be talking about later.
Then putting money into the heritage park.
This particular project.
We've given them an understanding that it's going to be.
So their better off funding also includes this contribution towards their project of work. So they'll have to find a shortfall from some other location, whether it's Grant or somewhere else.
Application support.
Yeah, they've been very successful in the past getting them too.
So we discuss what we have this, do we want to sit with that we support the funding that's been allocated to Heritage Park already? Or we want to...
So just to clarify that this 80,000, it sounds like more of a one-off kind of expenditure. So what are we talking about as an ongoing contribution?
Oh, we have about $5,000 of maintenance costs, but some of the buildings require a bit more work up there. So we're doing a full analysis of all of our facilities, and that'll be one of them is an ongoing commitment for maintenance of existing assets.
And that comes out of the road?
Yeah.
Yes, it's right. Beyond maintenance.
It's not a big value considering how many facilities or buildings they have up there.
Maybe we just need to get better understanding of what the cost of supporting it and just note it at this stage. But maybe it's something that we can discuss in the future.
I think they're doing a great job up there. They're looking after their history up there, and we've been up for a look, and everyone was impressed. So I take them, you know. So I was here from the meeting.
So we're not talking about the 80,000, we're talking about the yearly maintenance fund with this?
No, this is
the one of 80
project.
Yes, okay.
So I'll move there.
You're happy to move that we support? Such, seconded, thank you, Councillor Neal. All in favour?
All right.
Against? Abstained? Sorry, carried. Oh, come on, too over too quickly again. Wilderness Trail. Liability to ratepayer benefits older welfare individuals.
I'm actually, sorry, I'm actually in favour for that. I support.
Sorry, Donna.
Sorry, am I too late to vote on that?
If we turn it down, I think she is probably here.
No.
You shouldn't? Okay. Thank you, Donna. Sorry,
Thanks.
I wasn't sure whether you were there, so. Sorry, I'll check next time. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Wilderness Trail. Visitors and business benefit residents and ratepayers at residents and ratepayers expense. Sorry, no further funding on this in future annual plans. See attached Appendix 7. Anybody's got Appendix 7 in front of them?
So Appendix 7 is basically an economic assessment of the trail in terms of what it does provide to the district.
I'll take that if everybody's seen that and read it. Okay. So, consensus around the table?
Non-supportive for Wilderness Trail.
Note the comments and continue on the funding process that we already manage. Is somebody able to move that? Councillor Burden, second Councillor Castle. All in favour? Show of hands, please. Unanimous. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Beard?
I'm in favour.
Thank you. And an abstention from Councillor Phillips. Right, tourism marketing infrastructure, NZTA signage, business pay for their own marketing, the cross section of comments on the businesses pay their own marketing versus NZTA signage with town names. Yes, I presume this is to do with the new signs at South Town, or not?
The district.
Yes, but if it hasn't gone out, I'm not sure quite where that's come from. Businesses pay for their own marketing, I think they do anyway, basically. So what is the appetite here, councillors, please, as far as do we leave things? Hang on a minute, is that talking about that, the $100,000 infrastructure fund? It is.
Yes, is the billboards.
The billboards, yes, it is.
Down in front, sorry.
Right, it's just not, we'd probably think, well, so, does everybody understand that? It's to do with the signage, potential signage coming into Hokitika.
And the wider district.
In the wider district, the gateway signs into Westmont. I think there's also a desire to have a sign of the valley. People come back from Hokitika Gorge. Councillor Matchwick.
So, the council has submitted a TIF application for this.
Yes.
And so, subject to that, I support it. Nice to have, but in a year of austerity, hardly necessary.
Right, and that is to come back to council for discussion anyway, doesn't it, with the funding aspect of it?
If council approves it today, it's basically it goes forward, right? So, it's a verification, once again, to put in a liberal and say it's
But if the TIF funding is not successful, because at the moment this is dependent on the TIF funding. If the TIF funding is not successful.
No, that's not dependent on, TIF funding is there to alleviate any counter contribution.
So it goes.
What we're doing is trying to offset the budgeted number that's already in there.
Everybody clear on that?
Do we have to get resource consent out for these sites?
Yes.
They've just gone up.
Yeah, 8% increase.
Bring to the family discount.
So we can vote to only do it if we get the TIF funding?
Council resolves that, yes.
It's my opinion.
I move that we go ahead with it.
Subject to TIF funding or regardless?
No, regardless.
I'd agree, I'd second that.
Thank you, Councillor Burden. All in favour? Sorry. No. All in favour?
Aye.
Two.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Donna. Against?
Okay.
Sorry, motion failed. Councillor Neal. Councillor Neal.
Oh no, no, I'm voting for it.
Yes, we've got that. Thank you, Donna.
Okay, thank you.
3. You were for it? Donna was for it, and you were for it?
Yeah.
That's 3 versus 4. So motion failed. Yes, we can put a second motion forward. Yes, we can. Would somebody like to put a second motion?
First, some clarification. We get the TIF funding. Is that a part of it? What's the full of that?
Well, council can resolve not to spend the other half. We can get the TIF funding, we're obviously only using 50% of the fund allocated. Sit on the other half, unless council wants to utilise it for some money, for further optimisation.
So the TIF funding, we have to spend 50%.
50-50.
Councillor Kasser.
Have been moved as per Councillor David's previous one with the caveat of with the TIF funding being granted.
I'll second that.
I don't know if you can. You just did the motion before. Can I have somebody please second the motion? Councillor Kasser, Councillor Glenn, thank you very much. So this is the fact that Yeah, decided proceeds on the proviso that the TIP funding is successful. Okay, all in favour? Against?
Yeah, I've got this 50/50, I still don't think we should be spending that money.
So councillor Neil, you are against? Okay, but it's carried. Thank you very much. Oh, councillor Beard? No, she was, sorry.
Yes, I am for it.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm driving at the same time as having a meeting.
God, don't do that.
No, I've got you.
Yeah, right, some of the morning. Okay, staff costs, we have to, this is on this, we have to deal with that. I think we should just take that as noted. Can somebody please move that that's noted? It's a comment, councillor Kesson, thank you. Seconder, councillor Neil. All in favour of supporting that we note the comment and that's just where it goes. Thank you, though. That's, anybody against? No, that's unanimous. No?
Yeah.
Take that as voted, Donna. Race course. Okay.
Can these submissions just be moved over to the other ones that have been collected at the moment?
Say again?
Can these submissions just be added to the comments and submissions that have been collected at the moment?
For the public consultation.
Yes.
Yes, we can move that. If that is the case, do you want to move that?
Yeah.
Right. So councillor Neil moves that these submissions get moved over to the public consultation process that's currently underway. Sorry?
Engagement.
Engagement, sorry. With the race course, can I have a seconder to that motion? Councillor Kesson, thank you. And that, all in favour?
I'll just abstain.
You will, thank you. That's unanimous and councillor Phelps, thanking you.
I think that's it for now.
You back out?
I'm pretty cool, yeah.
Okay, now that's fine. We'll make sure that that's all amalgamated into the other comments that have come forward to date. Right, town planning. It's a bit of a cross comment really, because we've
It's a duplication of the two people.
well, it is, but it's also saying we need to manage it accordingly, and I guess that's the sentiment that the perception is that we've got a Hibberdale faculty development plan and they'd like to see something more structured going forward, which is something that comes from the T5 Opatini plan and the will be affected by the RMA changes. And you've all had that document, so you'll be fresh up to speed with the details of that.
Just noting that, isn't it?
So we're just going to note that.
I'll move it and note that.
Note that, thank you, seconder. Councillor Neil, thank you. All in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Unanimous, thanks, Donna. You just projected, didn't you? Okay, growth funding. Sorry, growth funding, this is just to do with the House Jackson Bay Road, not the cement leader road.
I think point 34 or submission 34 talks about an unsealed 1200 metres of road. I think that refers to cement road, doesn't it specify that within it, but we can discuss it as part of that conversation.
I actually think, because I think that's actually from a submission that a friend of mine wrote, that actually refers to a road up there. That's not a cement one, yeah.
That's not a different one, so.
That's a different one, yeah, different one. Both of which I happily see sealed, but yeah.
Just a history, as stated in the comments, we're starting re-engaging with the NZTA regarding this special purpose road. It's fair to say that they've gone quiet on this for quite some time. Carl, do you want to make any comments on that?
Yeah, just covering off that, we've got a meeting tomorrow with a joint meeting with Buller and a chap that's going to assist with the re-engagement with Waka Katari on the special purpose road status. So it's, in our eyes, it's not a done deal yet, and not really particularly been engagement on it since the start. What's happened is what's going to happen. so that'll be tomorrow stage. Starting that process off.
Thank you, Carl. So do we want to note Carl's update there, note the comments that are there, and look forward to future updates as we progress on that situation? Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Burgess. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Ladson, thank you very much. All in favour? Councillor Neil? Yep, thank you. Councillor Neil? Thank you. Right, unanimous.
And that's 1,200 metres of unsealed road is in. Yeah, I just found it again now, so I dare say that's got no relation to that.
Right, so we take that out.
And it also doesn't, if that's the headworks, then it doesn't.
No. So it's a private submission on a road.
That's Gillen's Gully.
Gillen's Gully.
Yeah.
It's a piece.
It's real weird. It's almost like.
It's unsealed, in the piece where the houses are sealed, was sealed to alleviate dust issues and things like that, and it goes back to gravel. So it's a sealed piece in the middle of the road. But to get there, to go on gravel piece to the sealed piece.
You do now, aren't they?
That's what Holy Road.
Another one?
Must be rise to go over as well.
Right, so how do we want to manage this? We note the submission on that, and do we want to look at that as far as
What are the options?
What is the rhyme and reason to when unsealed road gets sealed?
can you ask that, please?
Both Cement Lead Road and that Gillen's Gully Road have been on the cards for being sealed for the past. But both have like come out through the austerity measures in the past. That said, the rules around being sealed have changed every year in the last few years. So we will need to make a business case from what we pay for those seal extensions. So in this case, yes, it might be a good thing to do, and to acknowledge that that's the case. The process for us really is to include these as projects in the upcoming national infrastructure project. So we can create bodies that work around that and request funding to consider we create the business cases for those as well. Or not. At the end of the day, it's approved. So we can put it in. We can't do it next year in terms of that context because we don't have that funding. We do have funding in 3-year allocations. So for the next allocation of funding, we can certainly put projects in for that, but that's not guaranteed.
Right.
What other levers do we have to pull outside of a 3-yearly budget round to get things like that done?
If we were doing it outside of that, then it would be outside of any of the targets.
100% funded by us.
You could do it that way.
That would have been how it was set up when it was on the long-term plan originally. That's going back 10 years. It would have been our funding.
No, possibly not. Possibly not. I'd say for certain that it would be likely that we would try to get some co-funding from what but like I said, the rules around that have changed significantly. There's quite stringent criteria that we've got to
Is there a process for people to pay up for us to be sealed themselves or not?
There's a special process.
Yeah, like I was curious, I was going to say like Southernwood Road got sealed recently, for example. Was that part of like the schedule or did the residents pay for that?
That was a cost share process.
Right.
So is it like 50-50 or?
That's sort of what I was alluding to this morning with the start of cement and part of it or contributed something, the council could pay. There's a cost share arrangement.
I'm happy to move a motion that we progress with the list of business cases drawn up in full budgeting to see what those projects are going to cost. If anyone wants to jump on the back of that one.
What's that for, sorry?
So for Cement Lead Road and Gully Road, for the two 1200 metre sections, which are getting confused by two separate 1200 metre sections, that we go towards the business case creation as per what we've been told here. And then we can
So on the road
to go forward with that.
If you talk about Cement Lead Road, they say, I can understand what Fiona was talking about, like purchasing a property up there on the understanding that there's going to be a sealed road there, and it's a bit like buying a property on Rebel Street, and the understanding there's going to be a rock wall. But just in terms of keeping a tar sealed road, and they mentioned about Brickfield and I think what was the other one called Ridgecox Drive, and they were all done by the developer, and not only they do the tar seal, but they put in the water, power, telephone, and it's all done by the developer there. And the other thing that I'm a little bit sort of cautious of is that you've got roads like Adair's Road out there, with properties there, and with housing out there. So where do you stop? Where do you start? So there's nothing wrong with sealing a road, but there's got to be some sort of partnership there, I believe.
Do you comment? I think with one of them though is that the fact that, as Fiona alluded to, that a lot of them bought sections and developed houses on the promise that there was going to be a sealed road there.
Yes, and I'd like to see the evidence of that. Yeah.
It was on the long-term plan.
But I'd like to see the evidence of it.
Of what?
Of what you just said.
Well, it was in the long-term plan, like it was in writing.
Yes, I'd like to see it, yes.
It may have been in the long-term plan and council put a case to Waka Kotahi and it didn't get across the line, so it didn't happen. There might be sensible reasons for it.
Or council changed their mind.
Yes.
Well, either or, I don't know.
Yes, whatever.
Yes, Councillor Metric.
Just to query, is the motion then to make these a package?
No, two separate business cases, but putting them with a motion.
Yeah, so with and then it would, yeah, okay, and then if NZTA come back and say, well, we will agree to partial subsidy for this work, but for one road, not two, we have to make the choice. If it came down to a choice, I mean, in my view, Cement Lead Road is hands down. They've been here before, been on the table. It's not the first time, and I think it's a different kettle of fish, really. So I just don't want them to be packaged together.
Right. Okay.
Would they see them as?
No, they would see them
each on their own merits.
Each one will be assessed on its own merits. So they've got to achieve a benefit cost ratio at least greater than 1 for it to be economically viable. And each road will have its own characteristics. We've looked at the ongoing maintenance costs, any crash histories, anything like that that we can use to make the case for that funding.
Just to highlight too, if we are doing a road with extended ceiling, the option needs to be considered whether we put other utilities down that road at the same time, particularly if there's going to be further development down that stretch of road, to make sure that actually sewage systems and water reticulation is actually included, and even, well, I don't know what telecom is going to be underground anymore. But they
never ruled it.
So just for clarification, Carl was saying that if the two were on the same proposal to NZTA, neither would be compromised by the other being there, they would take each one individually.
They could potentially fund one and not fund the other.
Yeah, but one won't impact if the fact there's two there. They won't look at the two and say, well, I'm not doing both. because the two are there as opposed to having two separate ones?
Everything's looked at it on its own merit, but the risk that we have with anything that we do through the Waka Kotahi is that it's all nationally contested funding. So everybody's asking for money. They're always asking for more money than what there is. Something can be done.
A lot of roads to build on the North Island at the moment.
So if we don't ask,
If we don't business case, what we
You don't get, no, okay.
Would they stand a better chance of being approved if you've got a partner?
Other partner that you're talking about, or?
Yeah,
Well,
like landowners.
That would, I mean, that would reduce the cost demand, potentially factor that into it. Whether it would have an effect, I couldn't say.
Just like to highlight too, if you all recall, we actually did Old Christchurch Road 2 years ago with shovel-ready money, and we hadn't completed that yet. And obviously that fund was well short of what we needed to complete that on. So that piece of road is also was expected to be completed.
So I understand the small areas of figure of 150,000. The reality of it is we're looking closer to 400,000.
I think that might have been what was given about 10 years ago.
Yeah, so we're looking at that. It's not an
Just one final question. Were your questions or points of clarification? Sorry. What's the payback on sealing a road in terms of the reduced maintenance and that sort of stuff? Like, is it obviously a sealed road still needs maintenance and things come up, but yeah.
That's a question that's often asked, and nobody really has the answers. It depends on the use of the gravel road.
Yeah.
As to how. I mean, every gravel road is different. And it's maintained to a different level, to the same standard.
Yeah.
But the different amounts of maintenance. I mean, you could look at the cement lead road, probably it costs us a lot less than a short section of Dares Road. At the moment.
Yeah.
Simply because of the use, the type of traffic makeup and that sort of thing. So there is that economic analysis done when we do the review of the costs of doing the work versus what maintenance is. That's usually not the top of it. So.
Yeah.
Just rounding back to my motion, still happy for someone to say.
I'll second it, you go for it.
Right, thank you. So the answer is the fact that those two roads get put forward into a business proposal, business case, and given back to council. Is there anything else added to that motion? Yeah, okay.
Full costs.
Right, so all in favour? Thank you, carried. Thank you, John. Right, road, right, waste management, I think we can take it that the bins for general rubbish, we've had this discussion the other day, as far as home composting and glass disposal, all of that's coming up.
That's true.
We can take that as noted and already being worked on by council as future management. Revisit waste to energy plant. It's something that's on there. I think we can note that and
I think that's been a goal.
yeah. We'll note it, acknowledge it, and move on with that one. Right, so can I have somebody please move and second that we note the points included in there, and note that all those points bar waste to energy are already under management by council. Can somebody move and second that, please? Councillor Neil, Councillor Lett, all in favour? Thank you. No, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Beard. Right. Oh, shit, I'm doing over 2 pages. Thanks. Borrow. paid off using reserve funds available to reduce interest costs.
And that comes back to that figure in the report, using that cash reserves.
To realise that we'd have to sell it. It's not a reserve fund. It's not all what is covered as a cash reserve fund. And that wouldn't be an intergenerational loan. So those who do benefit of the assets wouldn't be.
So we're going to note the comment.
And the clarifications.
Sorry?
And the clarifications there in the stuff.
Yep. Note the point raised in the submission and the clarification is noted there. Thank you. Can I send you a second that? Move. Thank you, Councillor Burden. Councillor Lett, all in favour? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Beard. Vehicle costs. Vehicles should be maintained to ensure longer term fleet car usage of existing stock. If we can take this as comments noted, it's in alignment with our vehicle policy that defines the use and the management plan of upgrading vehicles as we go. Thank you, Councillor Kessler. Move that that's noted. Second, Councillor Phelps, all in favour?
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Beard. Thank you, carried. Yay, 3 waters. I think we know this. We note the points made in the submissions and note the comments to the passage to the right.
So we're providing clarification. 3 waters funding not through the UAGC. Is the
Yes, we could put that in as a final comment, and so we'll note the selection councillors made regarding the rate as far as not funding the 3 waters depreciation with that as well. That's right. So you move that.
I can do that.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Malera, thank you. All in favour? Right. Councillor Neal? Thank you. Councillor Phelps? Yep, thank you. Well, that's carried. Thank you. 3 waters. Right, elected members. Oh, goodness gracious me. Anybody heard that? Sorry, Councillor Beard? Are you in favour of that? 3 waters?
Yes.
The note? Thank you. I'm sorry, Donna. Missed you. Elected members.
Noted, move on.
I think we'll note that and move on.
Is that excusing someone having been involved in? This is to do with the COVID, supporting COVID.
Immunisation.
Because previous meetings have failed.
Oh, I see. Right, okay. And we all know that we've got to be mindful of how we conduct ourselves in the best interest of the community. So can we just note that now? Motion?
I'll move that we note that.
Thank you, Councillor Phelps. Councillor Redden, thank you. All in favour? Very good.
Yes.
Thank you, Donna. Biodiversity. I think we'll take that as noted.
Yeah. Along with the fact that
And the fact and the comments on the right hand side to clarify.
TTP.
Yes. Councillor Burton moved that. Thank you. Second. Councillor Malera. All in favour?
Fine.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, everybody. Carried. Public access, walking and cycling. Support active West Coast submission around improved public access for walking and cycling. Increased funding for footpaths is a different component. So from the active West Coast, we've got support. The Wilderness Trail, we've already done that. We've got encouraged council to become a signatory to the Walk 21 Charter, which we've already done. funding for footpaths is a separate component. So can somebody please move that we note those, the comments accordingly at the side. Councillor Davidson, second to Councillor Phelps, all in favour?
I'm scratching my nose, but even.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Donna. And the comment regarding please to see increased funding for footpaths in the plan, so we don't need to do it. Do we need to? So, can I have somebody please just acknowledge the comment of the increased funding for footpaths, and if they're not part of the cycle walkway?
Just a comment, Your Worship. Obviously, the footpath program was determined of funding as well, so we actually were successful in getting additional funding on last regional land transport plan. So obviously that plan is up for renewal again, and through Carl and the team will look to optimise that again.
Thank you. So can I have somebody please, because footpaths is a different entity to the cycle, we have pulled it out from that. Somebody please move in second that we note the funding for the footpaths being in the plan. Thank you, Councillor Collette. Councillor Neil, all in favour? Thanking you, Carrie. Sport
Yes.
provides, sorry, Councillor Bean, thank you. Support Council providing support for these activities, but a wider range of sports and non-male dominated sports could be supported. Can I somebody please move that those comments are noted? Councillor Burden, second, Councillor Phelps, thank you. All in favour? Thank you. Coastal hazards. Run open public process for this issue, long-term vision and well-informed decisions for benefit of the town and the district. We note that, thank you, and it's covered in the Rapatini plan at the moment, and we're bound by the rules of the RMA as well. So noted that, Councillor Phelps.
Yeah.
Second to Councillor Passett, all in favour, that's noted. Thank you, all in favour, that's Jane. Councillor, thank you, carried. So Cement Road, we've dealt with Laser Park. Lazar Park, sorry. I've just got it right there, load them up.
I have declared conflict on that one as a member of Lions Club, so sit out.
Thank you, Councillor Burden. Right. Discussion, please. Fencing. Drinking fountain, Councillor Collette.
Personally, I think Lions is quite good at fundraising, and I think we've already responded to that request for maintenance of the toilet. So personally, I don't support either the fencing or the drinking fountain.
Sorry, just for clarification, you said we've already agreed to the toilet?
Yeah, the council responded to that. There was a request for additional funding to.
It went from 2,000 to 2,500, is it?
It was for the maintenance of the grounds, and it was all not to do with the toilet.
I simply want to support some of that. I think it's a great asset that's been developed here at very little cost to us or to the ratepayers. It's well used, and I think that probably the fence would be my priority here. Too much unnecessary need for the fence going up around for safety.
Yeah, I think they, so.
No, Agent will be. Okay.
Oh, one of you do it, please.
Yeah, I think the fencing, in terms of safety up there, so would be a good mix. So, sure.
I'll just, through your worship, I'll just note that I don't want to view the Lions as an organisation as the ability to get volunteer hours, raise funds voluntarily rather than us taking more money off people and all that sort of stuff. And they've done very well so far. I don't see that this is a necessary thing to add to the budget at this time.
I would agree with that. Hats off to Lions for the wonderful job we're doing around town. But I think we would be hard pressed to outline areas about the dipping into the reserve development fund to pay for a fence that are basically creating a second care square playground, 700 metres away.
Councillor Pearson.
That was to the point I was going to make as well around the reserve development fund and the stuff.
Do you have an update on that? There is about 50,000.
Just a clarification, Steve talked about having something unallocated to care square, that's excluding the care square allocation.
There is some allocated already to the 50 years after the allocation. Or 2,000 but it's after whatever is allocated.
And it's definite. Yes. Okay, it doesn't cross over. Who headed those up there? Councillor Leo.
I wasn't keen on the drinking fountain, just with COVID and backpackers cleaning their teeth, washing teeth. There's no need for one.
Let's not put your mouth on the tin.
Backpackers have no morals, trust me.
No, not in the
Right, let's get back to the debate.
Early in the night.
Councillor Leo.
I think with the parks, it's very much used by the whole district as well. So we want to use the playground more when we live out of town. Because we come here for the day, do your shopping, do your extra, and then go to the park for the kids for an hour. So I think it is a huge benefit to the whole district. Maybe not half, but certainly everyone from Fox up would come here and do their big shopping for shopping.
Yeah, I just note that I think the beauty of Lions is they have the ability to raise funds from, and they've done very well with that so far, and I just don't think it's just another dollar. Thanks, mate.
Councillor Leo.
How come they'll have built playground without a fence in the first place?
There's an existing playground already. I'm not sure that.
You say, why isn't there a rule like there is for swimming pools?
Keep your dogs on a leash and allow your kids as far as I'm concerned. It's the parents to worry about.
When the child's play and kind of play is running around.
Yeah, but I wouldn't drop a 5-year-old in a park on their own, though.
They wouldn't be there on their own, but they can run from the playground area out to the road. Like that, you could catch them.
Is $25,000 in question council fully funding both activities? Question to those in the gallery. Somebody else said that off the top of their head.
That was to fully.
20,000 is to fully fund the fencing.
5,000.
Yes, it is. And the 5,000 additional to install the drinking fountain. Does that include all costs associated with that? Yes, it does. So,
although there's talk from the drinking fountain in the future to extend
sorry, what was it, John?
I think there's talk for the drinking fountain to be extended, so it starts off just as a basic fountain and a drinking bowl, but a lot of it was the connection coming in. It could potentially be extended in the future for wood play, whatever, but that's not part of that request.
No, no. Right, so we'll break this down. First off is the fencing for Bazaar Park. So we can't move the motion on one way or the other or something.
Yeah.
Councillor Adams?
Yeah, I would like to move a motion that we support the fencing.
Second by Councillor Neal. All in favour?
Aye.
3, 4. Against? 1, 2, 3. Abstained. Carried. Very tightly. So the drinking fountain. The drinking fountain.
To the comments, to the comment that's been raised previously around the table a few times around Lions' ability to fund this.
You happy to put that as a motion?
Yeah, I'll move it more simply.
Moved councillor Hanson that,
And all of us having just given $20,000 to fencing towards that space, then noting Peter's comments around Lions' ability to raise funds and get things done. It's probably of us to not fund that one.
And that's not how to pick a drum bond.
councillor Phelps, seconded, thank you, all in favour? Councillor Neil, against, councillor Beard, are you voting?
Can you just repeat that because it's quite muffled.
Okay, so the motion is to, being that it was just agreed to fund the fencing for Lazar Park, it was that Lions fund the drinking fountain themselves.
Or an alternative source.
Or an alternative source of funding.
Yeah. I agree with that.
You agree with that? Okay, so going back to that, we had, who was opposed was councillor Neil. So that's carried. And then increase the maintenance grant from 2,000 to 11,341.
It's on the back of 10.
Good toilet, so.
If it becomes a public toilet.
If it becomes a public toilet.
All right.
It's for grounds maintenance and public toilet cleaning costs, sorry. Increase the maintenance grant. So toilets are not a council asset and are owned by Hotel Lions as part of their building, is one point to note. Now, I guess the other thing is too, is if they decide not to make the toilet a public facility, is that a definite that the toilet will become a public facility?
Conditional on grant.
It would be conditional on the grant. Okay.
Oh, just to highlight, councillors, that it's not $2,000 to 11,341, it's $2,500 to, so there's $500 additional to the maintenance.
It's already been increased. Yep.
So it'd be $10,841.87.
All right, councillor Phelps.
Just a point of clarification, if the toilet's not public at the minute, what's the $2,500 for? Just the general grounds?
That's the MOU we agreed to with the Lions Club when they took over the scaffold. And also when they built the playground, they would maintain the playground in perpetuity and also maintain the grounds according to that.
I think it's the we upgrade the park, really user-friendly playground. Inevitably, they're going to go to the toilets. And I think it's a pretty generous offer from the Lions, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, I'll move for the toilets.
Then we increase the maintenance grant from $2,500 to $11,341.87.
Yeah.
Can I have a seconder to the motion, please?
Yes, I agree.
Sorry?
It will be increasing the general rate.
Operational costs.
Oh, it's operational costs?
Yeah.
So, okay.
It's just another.
I'll see the
More rates
motion.
going.
Yeah. Councillor
So I'll
Neil,
take
second
councillor
it.
Parks, I need to go to.
Right, so all in favour?
Aye.
Councillor Manera, Councillor Neil, Councillor Davidson.
That's going to 10 from 2.5.
Aye.
Oh, and Councillor Beard, sorry, against. Councillor Gillette, are you which way?
Some clarification on in favour.
You're in favour. Against, sorry, was Councillor Gillette and Councillor Phelps. Thank you. That's carried. Okay.
Oh my God, more little Petra.
Grant funding. Yes, we have to the Lions for an annual grant of $10,000 for the Latariki Festival. And we've also included in there we have to do those two separately. The Regent Theatre is a separate one. So first off, we'll do the Hope to the Lions for the annual grant of $10,000 for the Metariki Festival, and following that, we will do the Regent Theatre annual application of funding, which is already in the annual plan. So the funding, the 10,000 grant is a grant. It doesn't affect the rates. It does affect the rates. And the one that affects rates have to be funded. Yes. Just want you to make that
Potters will ask where this from. You put the motion. No, I'm not.
So some context, have we, what have we funded in the past?
So there's already in the Albion plan is a $5,000 grant for the Metariki Festival. So you're going to travel to iwi to apply for, which they have in advance.
And that's the only support, yeah.
Oh, and staff time contribution from us, and also facilities.
Through your worship, I just note that we're already running wild foods effectively at a loss on average, and I don't think any more money into it is necessary. If people walking downtown don't want to put in a gold coin for some lights to go up and a bit of atmosphere, I just don't think we need to put it on that.
I don't think that it's a ratepayer expense. There are other avenues, such as the National Matariki Fund, which Lions missed out on last year, but hopefully they can have success this year. But, and then there is the Development West Coast Events Fund, and which I'm sure they're already having in mind. But there are other avenues. I don't think it's a ratepayer expense.
You'll move that what?
I'll second it.
Is that getting rid of the
So is that removing the already 5,000?
Yeah, I'll actually, yeah. Sorry?
So that's, the motion is that we cease funding for the Matariki Festival. Do not proceed with the 5,000.
No, yeah, wait on that one. In terms of the 5,000 that was agreed, it was recognised in terms of Māori organisations through iwi partnership. So if they chose to do something to present Matariki, which is their cultural taonga as such, then that was for them to be able to make applications for, and they might want to contribute that money to it, not running necessarily on their own, they can do that. So that's why that was captured in terms of 8K.
So it's a little bit conflicting of what's in there for comprehension. So the 5K that's already allocated is to iwi, for, it's not to Lions. Lions are requesting an additional 10,000 on top of the 5. And that, which they can, no, we fund the 5K, they don't apply for that. That's part of our agreement.
Yes,
yes.
5K, it's given, it's 5K that can be applied.
Yes, applied for, yeah.
I'm happy with that.
That we decline the 10,000 grant application for the Matariki Festival. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Phelps, all in favour? Against? Councillor Anderson, are you wanting to abstain or?
Yeah, abstain, yeah. I'm abstained, I couldn't quite hear it. Sorry.
That's for the Lions Club have put an application in for an annual grant of $10,000.
10 grand, yeah.
Matariki Festival. We already have a $5,000 fund towards Matariki for iwi.
Yeah.
They arrange their own community celebrations. So the motion was that we decline the $10,000 fund.
Yes, I agree with that, yeah.
Thank you. So all in favour by Councillor Davidson, who has stayed from voting. So that's carried. And Riley, sorry, abstained. Sorry, thanks Riley. Right, so that's carried, that's unsuccessful. Support on the ongoing long-term plan provision for an annual grant to the Hokitika Regent Theatre, an annual application of inflation adjustment to that funding. Motion to agree that we continue that support. Councillor Neil.
Can we confirm that inflation's in there?
It's in that, yes.
Just point of clarification, sorry. With inflation, how do we actually, because your CPI is a backwards-looking thing quarterly and yearly and sort of stuff. Do you use what you've looked at over the past year to budget for this? There's a bit of a lag to it. Yeah.
Yeah, we can take what's there, but we also get early adjustments so they look, they forecast forward.
Okay. Yeah, okay. No, that's fine. Yeah, but anyway, second that.
Okay, right, so, guys, let me move that we continue to support the Regent Theatre. Where we get to real quick. Councillor Gillett, Councillor Burden, thank you. All in favour?
Aye.
Councillor Phelps and
I
Councillor...
thought I'd already seen
Sorry,
that.
we had Councillor Manera? Yeah, that's unanimous. Thanking you, everybody, for that. Okay, who can take a CBD maintenance?
Once again, I'm conflicted.
Excuse me, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. You support the continued
Yes.
grant. Do you also support including an inflation adjustment?
Yes, yes it is. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
I think the difficult thing is with this is that it blurs the lines of precision to what one covers versus the current contract we have with West Roads, and I think if it is to be considered, it needs a little bit more work done as far as clarification of contracts and scope within those, and also too, if it is to be considered in any shape or form, there would be legal requirements of any entity doing any work for council as far as maintenance or anything else goes, as far as meeting health and safety standards, road management standards, licences that go with that. So it's a far bigger discussion than just something we're going to Councillor Neil.
Just a question for staff. Could the roads somebody part of the contract?
Yes.
They can't use lines or
As long as West Roads, obviously, we're happy with the compliance aspects of
But if West Roads are getting, like, let's say, $500,000 or whatever a year, and then they're going to give it to the lines at a discount, they're just going to pocket the difference up. It's not like they're going to reduce their contract to the ratepayer on that basis. It's still the same. Yeah, unless we write it to the contract or something like that.
And that's where we need to be crystal clear on what their contract and the scope of that is at the moment, what it covers, and so forth. And also too, there's no point in considering anything if whoever comes forward saying they'll take over the maintenance contract or take that portion of it out, hasn't got the ability to have the tickets they need to be able to protect themselves and protect councils in that engagement. Councillor Mitchell.
Alternatively, is there the scope to do a variation to the contract with West Roads?
Well, I think we need to perhaps look at that this as a topic.
Because through your worship, I just think it's really unfortunate that we signed, we just did that the contract renewal for this only 2-3 weeks ago. We knew that this was in the pipeline, and made a difference in that negotiation. I think that's really unfortunate. And I think this is, although it's anathema to my sense of cutting the cloth and cutting the budgets back, I think this is a good deal, and this addresses the core of our concern about contract for the secondary maintenance.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell.
Sorry, your worship, while we're on here for the room, could we lease the gardens to Lions for like $1 a year and they can just do what they want with them or something, you know? I appreciate it's put out there, but I'm just wondering if that's something that we could sort of...
Unfortunately, we're classified as a PCBU, which means under health and safety.
We're still liable, yeah.
We're still liable. Even if the work subcontract of West Roads or the main contract has to make sure that subcontractors done exactly as they're supposed to be done.
Someone gets killed and ultimately...
Somebody gets killed, they'll come for you,
Yes.
not me.
And it could actually be the CE that goes to prison.
Do I need professionals?
You get 3 meals a day.
As far as the contract currently.
Just through the chair, sorry, just with council measure, as I said, the Parks Reserve contract that was listed is only for the city area, only for the small plant houses, where the plans to bring in landscape architects to try and do some designs, upgrade those, change them so that, and bring ideas to council so you can decide what to do, what funding you need to have in the future, estate, all things like that. The other sections of footpaths, roads and other areas.
Yep. Yes. Through worship, yes, understood, thank you. However, the Lions are offering, of course, to redesign those gardens that have been neglected and to maintain principles. I just think it's a very good deal, and I think we'd be unwise to go.
Might be a good deal until someone gets run over. We're in trouble.
But does everybody have the right safety plan? Like lots of
I think this is the thing we have to acknowledge. There's a lot more to it than just saying, yes, it is a good idea, let's proceed with that. There's a lot more, because for them to take on any aspect of it, they have to be able to prove that they are compliant with all requirements.
Yes, bonds, insurance, liability insurance, health and safety requirements, quality insurance, and if they can do it for that, yes, it's a good deal.
Yeah. And there's costs involved with those too. So, you know, if you want to consider this going forward, then we need that to come back to council as a report going forward. So I don't think we're going to be making a decision here at the table on yes or no as far as that goes at this stage. Am I right in reading that?
So in that case, then, the report that actually looks into the do's and don'ts of this. But I mean, where's common sense, Don?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of common sense, Councillor. It's a matter of, I mean, you know, we're talking hypothetically on a situation that defines where's the boundaries of what they're actually going to be doing, the exacts of what they're going to be working on and entitled to do and manage going forward, and then there's the cost factor. So it's actually quite a large thing to look at as far as making sure that everything is compliant and everybody is protected in what they do going forward.
I think we had I think we had the same argument against having individuals mowing the curbs, the curbside walls. You know, it's common sense. I'm not talking about individual homeowners, but for what those others when it was raised about the long grass and everything, that you pay someone to go in there and do it because it wasn't being done under the previous Parks Reserve contract because it wasn't part of that. And so the suggestion was made, well, you know, we could pay someone else to go in there and do it. It was told firmly that it wasn't going to be possible because of health and safety. So where's common sense?
Health and safety has to work.
It's just, I mean, it's no different than if we were having them painting the Carnegie building or something and they fell off a ladder. Like, it's just, yeah.
And I mean, example is the garden, oops, I'm in the wrong window, down here. You know, somebody can just step back at the wrong time when a car's coming around. There's a risk factor, then there's liability. You know, it's common sense sometimes goes out the window, not by the person necessarily that's doing the job, it could be somebody else.
Just out of curiosity.
Through the chair.
She's giving herself right. Yes, Donna. Councillor
Through the chair, I would like to see Lions get the contract for the CBD, but I think we do need to look into it a bit further. They obviously the health and safety and etc. But if they can present that, then I do think it needs to be considered.
Wouldn't that follow through with people mowing the lawns outside their place because it's council land?
Oh, you could. Yeah, it's. I do find
volunteers still come to these
They're not employees.
Yes.
Through your worship, I do find it intriguing. You could be looking at your car and crossing the street just having got a coffee and get hit by a car, and it's your own liability, and for some reason we can't let willing participants, you know, do a few cloud bits or something like that. It would be nice to see if we could find a way and see what our options are. Volunteers still do things around the country and all that stuff, so there's got to be some mechanism for it. I just don't know if now we'll leave it for a later day.
Just as a sideline, not in terms of decision making here, but I have done it for previous council. I'm quite happy to do a presentation on health and safety. in terms of what your responsibility is as elected members of the council, when you have to consider these things in terms of being a PCBU. And it's a difference between what is someone who's deemed to be the equivalent of an employee or contractor for financial gain and merit, as against in terms of somebody that's out there in terms of volunteer or personal from that point of view. So without going into detail, we have someone in this room who thought they took all due care and responsibility as an individual carrying out good public service, basically, and ended up in hospital with significant injury as a result of that. So it can happen. Had that been someone that was actually under council's contract and carrying it out on works reserve, the council would have been liable for that in terms of work safety. So not in terms of now, but at some stage going forward, quite happy to do that presentation for council so that you are aware of your PCBU responsibilities and consequences for not following through.
Right, Councillor Burton.
Just in regards to excluding lines from this conversation, I raised that the issue of the CBD being clean and tidy, I raised it in one of our workshops that we had funding there, we hadn't spent it, we're now taking it out of the budget. There's obviously an appetite for some increased service level in the CBD, whether it's lines or someone else doing it. If it's not there, it's not there.
I think that if you recall, the budget wasn't taken out, it was just put on the right GL cost centre. So that cost is, that budget's still there. So I've instructed the team to actually proceed with footpath team, etc.
I have to wonder too whether actually it's a discussion that needs to happen with the shop owners as well, because it's their front door. I think that, another angle is that they be contributing towards maintenance outside their front door.
There's both sides.
That's what I'm saying. There's a better discussion to be had on this.
Thousands and thousands in rates. Yep. They might sweep it and hose it down, but there's a different level between actually.
Yep. But that's what I'm saying. I think, this isn't an easy thing that we just go, yep, okay, let's do this, because there's a hell of a lot more involved with it than just simply saying, yes, let's support this, let's not.
Can I move that we note this for further discussion and move on to other items on the plan, because it's not really what we're here to go to death on today.
Yep.
This is through which we will come back to council with some options around CBD as part of council report.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Phelps. Can I have a seconder to that motion, please? Thank you, Councillor Manera. All in favour? You'll recommend it to the today. That's carried. Oh, Councillor Beard?
Yep.
Support that and come back to you. Thank you, everybody. So we'll come back to that. We'll look at that. There's a lot more discussion to be had with that. Point 23, Harry Civil Defence. They're requesting 50,000 for generators, 3K and wiring to enable Harry Regional Hall to operate during major power outage, which will also serve them well in a civil defence situation, not just a power outage, because they get
Through the chair, the council has pushed for the civil defence. These people stepped up at the start.
It's a discussion.
It has been pushed on us, and do employ people that go around telling people, small communities, that they need civil defence. So here's a group that's prepared to.
Can I ask Councillor Manera, do you know how they got to the figure of 50,000? Because that's a very, very big generator and a massive wiring job to spend that much.
Taken a quote from Laser Electrical, going out as a period submission.
You've
got a quote from Laser Electrical.
The whole 3 phases has got a commercial kitchen.
Can you go quote on?
Yeah, but that's no.
That's a later price, so whether or not they've gone to more than one supplier or not, but that's what their submissions is.
That's a hell of a generator for even running 3-phase. Yeah.
Through your worship, I know even in terms of Lazard Park, we wired the place and the switchboard and everything for a generator, but the plug, even just the plug, was to go forward to connect. So there's considerable expense with this thing. We've got everything there wiring to it blank, we have not got the plug.
I'd like to see them go back and get a costing from some of the direct electrical supplies, because I know for a fact that somebody's actually installed a generator that can probably run a building this size for $28,000, including the wiring.
Pretty worship, we just asked if they produce simple boats or something like that, but I mean, pretty much said with Gary White, that was just about 7 or 8 carbon, so this stuff just costs more than you might anticipate in this. I mean, yeah, whether it's 30, 50,000, whatever, produce several costings or something, but yeah.
Before we move forward, can we see some clarity from probably our displaced civil defence person around what's planned for Harry as a community? Is there a generator coming or your scope of works before we go on to 2? Or
Simon might be better placed on the history, but I am aware that prior to my time, and you may recall in your last term as well, there were applications that went through. I think it was TIPS funding, but it's the equivalent of trying to get funding for generators for respective communities. And basically, I think we basically no.
We've tried 3 attempts for generators around various community halls. We ended up obviously covering a lot of them with regards to the community halls upgrades when they were rolled out. They've got lotteries. Yes.
I also note on this though too that the Harry Community Complex Reserve Fund could be applied for the purpose of 69,000 for this concept. Yeah, so
What else would that fund be used for?
I'm not sure.
Just through the chair, Brian, is this a goer? Good thing, getting it generated down there?
I'm thinking for Harry and this, and the tourist thing, everyone else in the community.
I think we've just seen with that previous weather event when they had people stuck there.
Okay, look, so agree in principle with it, provided we get a several quotes.
Yeah.
Can I move that?
Yes, you can move that. Can I just see? Do we want?
We don't agree with more discussion.
Okay.
Very briefly, some more discussion. Councillor Phelps, it will be brief.
I was just going to know, I mean, it's a one-off cost effectively, isn't it? You buy the generator, set it up, and obviously you've got to make sure it's still going to be running, and it's just have to do a test. I'm not talking ongoing, anything like that.
I have a bit of an issue if we buy Harry a generator, every other community is going to want to buy one, so that's a big problem.
if we utilise the community complex reserve fund, it's effectively the community budget.
If it comes from these,
motion might need to add that as a.
Who approves that then?
We do.
Here, when those get tapped into, those community ones, what's the?
Usually it's a community application to utilise that fund, which council comes back and approves. So if the community requests it via the community group or organisation, then it comes to council for approval.
Dad, can I have $5 sort of thing?
Sorry?
Dad, can I have $5 sort of thing? Or
Yes, I have mine.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, just one final question. Would there be any other demands on that reserves fund or not?
Purely for that.
It's what you're going to use it for.
Yeah.
That's applied for that.
So, do you want your original that you're about to start talking about, do you want to include in there the fact that a discussion is had back with the community about utilising that fund?
yeah, that's fine.
And several quotes?
Yes.
It doesn't actually have to go through the plan, because they can come back any time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Basically, you're turning the money down and telling them to use your own.
no, that's what it's been for.
Do you have any aspirations to utilise it?
It's got to come through council to use it, you can't just go and use it.
That money that's there, that's our money. So we take all money. That's right. Yeah, it's what. They'll come to you for money. You'll tell them to use their own money.
Yes.
That's right.
Yep.
So you turn it down.
No, we're saying if you've got reserves there, use those before you tap into a neighbouring townships, because then I do think that what Riley knows is right.
Yeah, but you didn't ask the Lions to go and use their reserves to build the fence.
I used a lot of it. I didn't vote for a single.
What I'm saying,
So
Harry's already built their own fence.
So if I can just make one point very clear, Oh, before then, you want?
I'm not sort of thinking.
Sitting on the fence at all, it's been on the outside of it.
Simon, how many generators at the moment?
Pardon?
How many generators have got generators?
A lot of them now are pretty well fully, there's only a few outstanding community halls that don't have generators.
Mainly through the council?
No,
They've
through
been funded
funding.
through various means, community, either through their own community, through the community halls project, through lotteries applications.
And for the last 2 years, it's been resilience funds through National Civil Defence. So,
But Harry didn't, but just on
Do
that,
that
what
through
we
the
could look
council.
at doing is in recognition of Harry and their community self-management that they do, and they are a proactive community, and we could look at another option is that council does fund, being that we've just agreed to fund a fence around Lazar Park, we fund 50% of the cost of the generator, and then the community use the other 50% out of that fund that's there already.
What, through the chair, what, you might not realise is the main school in South Western is at Harry. So if something happens, it's an old Harry. School's old. This hall is the newest hall in town. It's 55 proof. So it could, so the fence will need it.
And Councillor is quite right with that, because the other side of it too, with the area school, they have kids there from Watara and Friends Joseph as well. So if there is a situation where those kids can't get home, then they ask for Harry just to be able to manage them accordingly. And I know Tony Harkness has been looking at the principal there, because that's been a major concern of the schools as far as management of the situations like that.
So, through the chair, if the council elects to co-fund it with the Harry communities, through what, where are we going to take the money from, what budget allocation, what cash reserve, etc.?
I'm just looking to see if there's anything the reserve development fund and that is not.
So it'd be either be debt funded or rate funded.
We'll give you a line. So,
Right, so what does everybody wish to do with going forward with this?
Stand in the queue with the heads on.
Can we just get some
Put a
clarification?
motion on the
how we fund
table.
it?
So if we did the 50% funding, it would have to be loan funded, and it would be through the Harry community rate that it would be repaid.
Harry in terms of pay for it.
Regardless of using the reserve.
One way or another.
So you take
Half of it would be the reserve, half loan funded, and the loan payment and the interest on it would be community rated on Harry.
So you're paying either way. You're paying either way.
It's going to cost more money than it would earning in the bank.
What's the appetite around the table for how this? So you want the motion to stand, or do you?
I think reserve fund it. I think that partial funding it is just complicating and not actually reducing any costs.
Right, so because the original motion wasn't put to a vote, I think we were second it wasn't put to a vote, we don't have to rescind it. But do I have another motion for the variation? So the original motion was subject to several quotes funded from Harry Community Complex Reserve Fund. That was the original motion that we had not taken a vote on. It was moved by Councillor Davison, seconded by Councillor Casson, but we had not voted. So,
Sounds like that back on the table, isn't it?
well, this is what I just wanted to get clarification on, because the second one that was starting to be formulated was agree in principle, subject to several quotes, and a fund 50% of the cost of a generator within remaining funding from Harry's Community Complex Reserve Fund and Council. That was the second one that was starting to be, so.
Should we not see if the first motion flies?
You want to stick with the first motion first?
So where does funding come from in that first motion?
Harry Harry.
Only from reserves, so no borrowings from.
From Harry Harry funded themselves.
I'll move the motion that we follow the first motion.
Right, so the first motion stands, moved by Councillor Davidson, seconded by Councillor Pearson, all in favour? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Burden.
Yeah, I'm in favour. So they get a quote, is that what I'm understanding?
Against?
Oh, on the clarification of the rounds coming up, like funding that could be applied for.
Yeah, because definitely funding opportunities, it comes down to the community to take the lead in funding those, putting applications in there.
Are there any at the moment?
I'm not sure of the lotteries process current situation right now.
So Councillor Mayor, is right? Everyone's got budget support. This wasn't clear. So John, sorry, your vote?
Well, I'd like to explore other funding opportunities first, because then the other money is still sitting there for whatever else wants to be done.
The motion.
So the motion's passed.
There's nothing prohibiting that.
We can put it in the plan as per that, we can add it into the plan and it's not going to affect any rates or
So
anything.
the community can apply for funding and use that reserve fund as their contributions.
So it doesn't matter if it won't affect any rates or anything.
But the rate could have.
No, it's been approved to use the fund.
Yeah.
But that always gets approved for whatever they want to do.
Well, it's either going to be, I was going to say, you're either paying the rate or
So it's not a hybrid. The thing is that other communities applied for funding to get their own, and Harry Harry, be good to see Harry Harry do the same, and then use, if they need to use part of that as their contribution towards the funding to do so, and we'll certainly support Harry Harry in an application for that. And if that fails, then we'll have a further discussion, because yes, you do need to have something there, and we appreciate that.
So I appreciate that, thanks for that.
So it's not a, yes,
Thanks very much.
it's not a negative, it's a, it's with it. Okay, so 2 hours is up from 3 p.m. I'm just getting reminded by Councillor Casson. So with that, gosh. Sorry. So what's the appetite?
on the last page.
I need a gym.
These ones don't look hard. I reckon we're not for 10 minutes.
Is everybody happy to?
You have 4 pages left, do we not?
There's formal topics and then the submission from the Federation that was broken down.
Okay, all right, so is everybody happy to?
I think we can knock this off.
Yep, okay, otherwise it's back tomorrow. Okay, health and social.
I'll move that we note that.
Note that. Do we, before we do that, we have to resolve that we will, go beyond the 2 hours. Councillor Kesson, second to Councillor Buda. All in favour? Thank you. Thank you, next DC. Thank you, right. So health and social, noted.
I'll move that we note it, yes.
Seconded by Councillor Davidson, all in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Fox Basic Community Development Fund, sorry.
I don't want to prolong things, don't worry. But I think there is a bit of a point in there. And you know, we shouldn't be just going headlong, for instance, with the race course and putting Hitchin housing, for instance, 1.5 kilometres of downtown. That type of thing, you know, it's just a small part of it. I do think that there's some sense in this.
24.
There's some sense, I say.
I think
there's some sense in having to step back and sort of plan, you know, take a long-term vision of things, because it is not just about the bricks and mortars it is about wellness and
Yes, it is.
holistic and all that sort of type of thing, and we don't limit things. So that does make some sense, and I don't think we should just brush it aside because we're getting hungry and ratty.
I agree. I think by noting it, we need to remember that every time we make a decision, that we have noted that, and therefore agree with it really.
I'll just add to that through your worship, that with other aspects that have come up with the racecourse, etc. today, we've decided to note that for the racecourse consultation that's currently underway, and will, I assume, be taken into account.
With that, and also other things that come up.
Yeah. In terms of health and social service, that's apparently not something that's funded through rates, that's by and large funded through central government, etc.
It's something that the councils are expected to have under their umbrella. So is everybody happy with that? So regarding health and social, being moved by Councillor Phelps, seconded by Councillor Davison, it's noted, the points are noted, with the request of further communication regarding health and social service.
Yeah.
And aligned with the consultation.
And that's fine, because we did get a good submission there from Adam Breeze about that. About the social housing.
Okay, so can I have all those in favour of that motion? Sorry. Councillor Davidson and Councillor Phelps? Oh, you did too, sorry. Sorry, Harry, sorry about that. End of the day. Right, Portuguese Community Development Funding.
Just to clarify, this was supported in the last annual plan, an additional $13,000 to be added to the Fox CDO role. It was only for one-off year, and we said to be included again this year. Which is a part of the tourism promotion rate.
They're seeking the Grassy Country funding to come from the tourism stuff, not the community development fund, and then
yes,
the existing money that's for Grassy Country tourism under community development. It's 50-50 across the two townships, CDOs, from my reading of the submission.
Which I have here.
So it's differently than it's currently done.
That's right. So basically asking if it's coming out of the tourism rate, it's spread across the whole district, so it can't happen that way.
So how did that happen last year that the extra was provided? Was it then on the basis of being a one-off?
Yes.
Right. And so the only way something like that can be funded in specific areas is through payment, and that's why it's that community development.
It should really be through the community, Francis Fox community.
What it currently is.
Which currently is the extra 13 that they've asked for, which is the same as last year, was from the tourism promotions rate, so it didn't go through the community rates there.
But they're proposing that the funding comes from the tourism promotions rate in their submission rather than the community rate.
Effectively continuation of.
This would then lead to 6.5 that each community contributes here. Okay.
And you're saying that can't be done because we can't general rate for the tourism rate district-wide for something.
Well, the tourism rate is district-wide, so we can do that through the tourism rate.
Right.
Because it's a part of tourism, which is basically what Crampton have this for.
And if we were doing things, tourism fund would fund the Grassy Country tourism role.
It's community development, really. Yeah, but
it's
tourism part of that. Yeah.
hang on, we're actually talking about one thing, but their intention is slightly different. They propose that the Glacier Country Promotions Office funding comes from the tourism promotions rate assistance rather than the Foxlands Joseph community rate. The current contribution from this total rate to the country promotions group is 13,000. This would then leave 6,500 that each community contributes to be the Fox Greens targeted rate to come back to these communities and enable them to employ staff at a slightly higher rate than the living wage. So can they do that with that and use it as a funding tool to employ staff?
Yeah.
And manage it themselves?
Yes.
And they can manage that themselves with no accountability or no record to us?
I don't think there is any accountability, is there? No. So they can do that. It's a grant and they can use it as a.
So for clarification, all three organisations in question fund administrators in those three roles currently. They've done it for as long as I'm aware.
They also stated here that their current target tourism promotional rate of 615,000 is going to increase to 710,000. Increase of 87,318, which would manage that.
But that's the community
Yes.
rate, so that includes anything that's rated under the community rate. That is not just.
That's not a community tourism rate, that's just a general community rate, which might
That's
pay
right,
for the
yeah.
cost of it. And,
Yeah. So it includes that.
That's from Lucy. That's from me. Yeah, they are. Yeah. All right, okay, so what's the appetite here with that one?
I'll just say no. If they want to have a targeted rate on themselves, I just don't understand what they want to do across the whole range of those.
I'm going to pass a motion in support of it. Noting the funding that I significant input from the tourism and Glacier Country to support this district over the year. I see it as a big expense, and I see it as the right place for the funding to come out of, given that it's Glacier Country tourism, not district, not community development. And that frees up the community development for those communities that would be there to probably 100% that's about it, from the national carbon issues we've been through that. And the fact that neither of these have seen increases in a number of years. So if we put a CPI inflation claim on any of those over the last 10 years, it's a significant amount of money we're not funding in any given year, according to raised in the submission.
I'll second that, I'll see.
Really nice motion, don't vote all that.
So move Councillor Cassidy, second Councillor Monero, support the noted significant contribution and funding requirement of Fox Glacier Community Development and Glacier Country.
And it's the appropriate place for that funding. That will come out from tourism, community.
All in favour? Against? Councillor Fox? Against? Carried. Thank you. Carbon credits. Noted.
Bit cancel ourselves. I'll move we don't go.
Sorry? Can't do anything about it. No. So that's been moved and seconded? Not yet. Moved. Councillor Burton, thank you. Seconded. Councillor Fox, thank you. All in favour of voting that? Carried. Right, Federated Farmers. Sorry.
Clarification, is that comment about the planting the racecourse with trees, a carbon sink, in referred like the other submissions? Racecourse.
Yes, it needs to be put in there, yes. Racecourse. And I'll have those with me on Saturday at the
What, the trees?
I will check all the submission papers that are relevant to the being in here. I'll have them with me on Saturday at the racecourse. Right, Federated Farmers submission. Sorry. Oh, Jackson's Bay, I missed it, sorry. Okay, right. Jackson's Bay, if we take this as noted.
Yeah, just to highlight the council comments or staff comments, We need to do a full strategic review of Jackson Bay, basically its current status, its long-term aspirations in terms of both commercial, economy, and community, rather than just putting some funding straight to a boat ramp at the moment. We obviously are aware of impacts on local tourism, domestic tourism, particularly the recreational fishing. We also have aspirations of the wharf in terms of its commercial viability going forward, and to investigate as well.
Simon and I have had a meeting with one of the users of the wharf, who's a long-term business owner down there, very big contributor to the area. And yeah, I happily agree it actually needs a bigger vision than just simply making a decision to do this or that, because relevance of where the launching ramp goes and how that's managed and how the wharf's managed, it's all part of a bigger picture, bigger project.
Yeah, I think the wharf is very important to me. As for these blokes that come in from Central Ontario, as the worship says, 80% of them are from over the hill. They come in SUVs that are worth more than our houses, and the boats are worth more than both of them combined. They come in loaded up with beer and booze, and they load it up with all their groceries. They don't spend a dime at the supermarket. They come and they plunder our power reserves and the fishes, and they take away an extraordinary amount of our fish. We get nothing in return except their carbon smoke as they're going back over the pass. And I say, why should we be putting in the thing for the locals? I have a different sympathy, but for these blokes, no. No.
Well, they're a problem that's there, and we've got to look at the big picture, and there's a lot to it, because I mean, we can't really just say, sorry, if you're from over the hill, you can't come. So we've got to look at the big picture and say, they're there, how do we manage it? And if we can make a buck out of them to fund future management, then that's got to be considered as well.
There's a business opportunity for a tow truck driver every time they pull one of their cars out of the water.
It's actually not that often, but yeah, it does happen.
I think we had a conversation last week, making all the right people in the right
Yes.
place, having a conversation and working out the best strategy and then committing to it in terms of a way forward.
In terms of the sustainability of the fishery resource there, it would be a conversation we need to be having with the EBI.
Yeah.
We've got no actual power.
No, I've already had started that conversation.
Thank you. Good to know.
Happy to move the motion that we note the submission and go forward. Strategic overview.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder to that? Councillor Phelps, thank you very much. All in favour? Aye, carried. Thank you. Right. Federated Farmers Submission, rates increases for rural property.
Through your worship on that, we've given the submission a fair amount of discussion already, I think, just after we received it.
Yeah, so take that as being covered and refer to the notes accordingly. So that's a B.
Just worth noting again, there's a UAGC increase in here. So it's unfair to realise that worth noting that. As you said, that's not that part of that submission is factually incorrect, as opposed to noting the whole thing.
Just to highlight for councillors, all of these submissions that will be replied to detail, so actually we'll put a detailed reply to Federated Farmers as well.
Righto, so that's point A and B noted. And then communication of plan rate increases. Are we including that in the noted points?
For Federated Farmers.
Okay, the whole thing, council can increase, yep. All right, so that's right through from A through to J.
Item J we haven't really discussed.
Rural rates, yep. Carbon credits, election meter charge, that's part of the rates and remissions policy for conservation value. HIJ, so if we have the noted to go from A through to G inclusive.
Nothing with corrections to be provided, if you can move that.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Councillor Burton, thank you. All in favour? Councillor Blair?
I was just Sorry, I was just going to make a comment about item C because it is something that plagued me in the consultation. I think they do have a point that the consultation was a little bit unclear. The explanation of the rating proposal, I think, was not good, and that's why we've had this discussion and have to clarify it again in this process. So, yeah, I would support it. Just I wouldn't mind a note to their submission, or when we respond to them, that yes, we will review that and take it into account and see the plan.
Noted, can we take that? Councillor Casson's had that added, and I actually agree with that. I think, you know, it's part of the process. We need to understand that people don't understand how we understand
it's a difficult proposal.
it. Is.
So it's just how we could do it better.
Yeah. Noted with that one.
I don't think the difficulty and complexity is no excuse. The onus is on us to make sure we explain as clearly as possible.
And looking at listening to the discussion here today, that's really, really hard when everybody's still trying to get their heads around.
Yeah.
And it's really only been today that there's been a piece of level of understanding and comprehension of what it all means and how it works. So it's really hard in that respect. Can we do a vote on that? No. So Councillor Casson, seconded Councillor Burden, receive the submission and clarify the incorrect wording and note the communication to be worked on. Moving forward, can I, all in favour, sorry? Councillor Neal? Yep. Carried, thank you. Right, H, carbon credits. I think we take that as noted. Rural rates cap, which that's in there because of the level of the rural rates. It sits with their submission. Others have done it, yes, but
I think I'd like to explore that, at least note it. I think it's a valid point, and we should just have an understanding of what that's about and what the implications are, just so we've got it in our toolbox of things.
okay, so we've got, okay, so that's introduce a rural rates cap.
So what they're talking about is the limit that was set ourselves in the long-term plan. And they themselves said, yes, so the councils do it, we do it. We have to by law. And it's in the long-term plan, ours is 5%. You can change that through the long-term plan process. That's the rate cap they're talking about. But as he stated on there, yeah, the other councils have exceeded it this time.
Yeah.
And it's something that can be exceeded, but so it's not exactly a cap.
Just a benchmark, but I just got the impression he was referring to a rural.
Yeah, and it would be.
If that's the case, that's fine.
It's a differential.
Yeah, the differential is that tool that we can use for that. And we just can't cap it. Because then you're going to get, again, we go around that circle that everybody else will subsidise and fund.
The rural rate bar is not already in the 5% rate cap we have.
It's in the long term, but it's there. It's there. In fact, it was in the plan because we have to then we have to show that.
So it's half of what?
He was talking about taking it from 5% to 10% anyway.
Well, that's up to you at the long-term plan process. You can talk about that.
It's more than the rate cap actually already is.
Yeah.
Worth noting and then providing that clarity that we're already doing half of, well, twice as good or half as much as
Right. So we're noting that. Council should not trade in carbon credits and rates from emission policy for conservation value. Noted.
Particularly a good point, and we'll be looking at all the rates.
You're talking about the rates from emission.
But how would that work with us? How would we get any rates if everybody could put?
Not everyone would have. Like some places have obviously got a huge conservation value. Some have got zilch. So it could be done.
It has to be based on designation. So if it was classified as a SNA,
You're just shifting the burden from the landowner for carrying that SNA to rating base. I support the idea of it, but I think it should be done at a national level through the Nature Heritage Fund. That mechanism is there. The government in general just neglects to put money into the Nature Heritage Fund because everyone likes a tree, but no one wants to pay for it, unfortunately. And we just struggle to find.
That a remission doesn't reduce the rate. It reduces it for some, but everybody else pays for it.
Yeah.
So
But it might be justifiable. We don't know that until we look at that.
I don't know how many hectares that we've got that's got good permission to build it. Right, so for those last 3 points, H, I and J, can we have somebody please move and second that they are noted, comments accordingly? Thank you, Councillor Manera, second to Councillor Berger. All in favour? Carried. Right, so with that,
Just one other subject, if you recall the Stafford Cemetery conversation at the last council meeting, I am keen to progress an MOU with the organisation overseeing the maintenance of it. I can't do that without a budget to support it. So I request $6,000 for annual maintenance for the Stafford Cemetery as an additional item.
That goes ahead.
seconded.
Yeah, so, just noting that council would do it, it would cost them a lot more to maintain it.
One thing though, we haven't decided whether it's going to be open or shut.
Even if it was shut, it still requires to be.
Yeah, so this is over and above that discussion which is coming.
Can I seek some clarification as to?
Sure, is this just? It needs to be part of an annual plan contract, rather than put into a budget.
we want to maintain it.
Yes.
Again, we can take it.
At the moment, we're relying on the good.
The conversation doesn't seem to have been submitted.
It was. Health and safety.
Right.
Doesn't need to have been spoken to or submitted on previously.
No, you let people forward to the subject.
Right, so can we please have somebody go back to that, what Simon's just requested, please? We have a move, second, Councillor Neal, all in favour?
Yeah.
Right, now the other thing I need, oh God, what did I just do with that? So from today's extraordinary council meeting regarding the hearing and deliberation of decisions on submissions of the draft annual plan, I need a mover and a seconder so that we can resolve that one, council receives the original report that Emma gave us, that council hear and receive the written and verbal submissions, which we have done. The council deliberates on the submissions of the draft annual plan 23-24 in the open part of the meeting, which was also done, and that the CE be instructed to make necessary amendments to the draft annual plan, including amending the cemetery charges as outlined in clause 3.6 of the preferred rating model. So can I have a move and a seconder to
Yes. On the first point, the receipt of the original report can I just get some clarification because there's a paragraph there that's concerning that as council no longer has pensioner housing on the balance sheet, it could come close to breaching liquidity limits, especially when the Three Waters assets are removed. And I just would like clarification on.
I didn't put that, I don't know about that comment.
In that report.
Yeah, I didn't write that.
your report?
Where in the report, sir?
On the risk.
Financial risk.
Oh, risk.
As council no longer has pensioner housing on the balance sheet, it could come close to breaching liquidity limits, especially when the Three Waters assets are removed.
Oh, I'm sorry, that may have been a mistake, but that was included.
Is it correct though?
What's curious? Doing that work when we looked at the LTFA properties and they were fine, so I don't know where that comes from. Not that we're aware of.
Well, presumably we indirectly own that because Destination Western's got it, and we own Destination Western stuff. It's on their balance sheet equally, and the DW's on ours, or whatever.
We get rid of them anyway, so.
The separate easily.
Yeah.
We only own the shares, not the assets.
Apologies, don't know where that's come from.
It might have been a carryover from the previous report, possibly. Sorry.
So can we revert back to points 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, please? And the final one being that the CE be instructed to make the necessary amendments to the draft annual plan for the amending their cemetery charges as outlined in clause 3.6 in the preferred voting model.
Sorry, can we just have, are we able to run through a recap dive of those decisions that were made and those decisions we made today?
Oh, as far as what he is instructed to make necessary amendments, that will be to the rates. Is the only one that's got an amendment, isn't it? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stafford Cemetery is one, where that funding's allocated.
Anna, have you been taking the decision?
She's got it up.
You might, sorry, the
Black.
In the black hole.
sorry, sort of lose, you've lost the topic sentence, but you've got the decision. So this one is Stafford Cemetery. I've just highlighted, yeah.
Do you want to come up the front? Because
It's automated, I can't hear you.
so they can hear you.
Sorry, Riley, would you want Lloyd to quickly run through the points that we moved the motion on?
Yeah.
Right, okay, to recap. Have you got those points that we've... Okay, so if you just can flick through detail, but what we've moved on. Yeah.
Emma, let Di do it.
Okay,
It's
so
written down here.
the first one was that council removed three release depreciation from the rating. Number two was adopt preferred option 5. Otira toilets. Proceed with option 1 for Otira toilet.
Noting to support.
Fees and charges, the status quo for fees and charges and revisit as part of the LGP. That was the Carnegie Gallery. Yep. Then we have council chambers, make the council chambers unavailable for hire. Hope to the swimming pool, status quo and revisit as part of the LGP discussion. RMA fees, support the fees within the fees and charges. Metered water rates, submission notice, sporting facilities, accept changes as proposed. Then we went to car disposals, status quo, stays as is. Septic discharge of waste, increases per the fees and charges. Increase of rates, that was already considered. Major project spending, acknowledge the submissions, noting these are under review. Casclear, noted that there is a working group and skate park underway. Come back to council. Museum refurbishment, Carnegie building upgrades, digital interactive spending, note comments from museum, heritage park. Support for one-off. Payment to the Heritage Park. West Coast Borders Trail was tabled as Appendix 7. Note the comments and continue on the funding. NZTA signage, billboards, gateway signs into the district. That was... Yeah.
I have signage proceeds on the proviso that to funding is successful.
Yeah. That failed. Yeah. Yes, that failed. The NZTA signage, there's 3 voted in support of it going ahead regardless and 4 voted against, so it failed.
Yeah, was it the information?
And then signage,
Conditional.
funding be granted. Staff costs were noted, the race course submissions moved to public engagement. Submissions noted and it was noted that the public engagement process is underway. Town planning was noted. Road funding, no comments and look forward to future updates. Note the submission refers to Gillons Gully Road for 1200 metres. Business case for the seal extensions include as projects in the NLTP, which is the National Land Transport Program for the 2025 year. Waste funds noted already being worked on as a future management item. Waste to energy acknowledged the submissions. Borrowing noted staff comments. Vehicle costs noted. Three waters noted points raised and staff comments. Note selection that council had made or not funding three waters depreciation. Elected members' comments were noted. Biodiversity noted. Public access, note the comments. Footpath acknowledged. Sport and rec was noted. Coastal hazards was noted. Sealing Cement Leak Road, it has already been discussed. Lazar Park, sorry. Apologies. There was an application for fencing for 20k, 5k, maintenance grant. So the fencing, support for the fencing. Drinking foundation was not to be funded. Maintenance grant, increased maintenance grant. Noted that they'd been already increased. Grant funding, Matariki Festival, 10k was not funded. It's declined. Regent Theatre, support continued grant. Hokitika CBD maintenance, note for further discussion, and it's going to come back to council with the report. Harry Civil Defence, agree in principle, subject to civil quotes, funded from the Harry Community Complex Reserve Fund. Health and social, the point was noted. Future comms, health and social service and arrival of future consultation. Prince Joseph Community Development Fund support that was noted, and noted the significant contribution that they already make to the Prince Joseph area. Carbon credits, refer submission to the Hokitika Racecourse submissions. Jackson Bay noted strategic review for Jackson Bay future requirements. Federated Farmers received the submission and clarify the incorrect wording that was noted in the submission, and also noted about the communications going forward. Carbon credits were noted. Rural rates cap noted and provide clarity. Rates for emissions were noted. Stafford Cemetery, 6 pay for annual maintenance. And Councillor Madgett just sought clarification, an item, the breach. Not
Thank you very much,
Thank you, councillors.
Please, we've got points 1, 2, 3 and 4. We need to move and second, please, that we received the report now that we've had the repeat of the summarisation. So can I have somebody please move and second so that we can resolve that we do all the above? Councillor Davidson, second Councillor Manera, all in favour? Unanimous, and a special thanks to the submitters who presented in person and or online today. We thank you very much, and thank you, councillors. It's been a very long day.
I'd just like to thank Leslie and the team, Simon, for what you've done. Thank you, Leslie. Well done, mate.
Thank you. Good stuff. And thank you, everybody, because it's a massive job putting all this together. Everybody, including Emma, back there, and we thank you all very much for that. And councillors, thank you for the day you've put in.